Ooh. Come on. Music going.
Senseless motions sold as innovation, otherwise known as autopack.
And export. Big Ben, how's it going? Today's the 8th. Yeah, I can't type this morning. Name that.
Senseless motion
I'll pass.
sold as innovation.
Alright. Stream Decker updated. Max amazed. Appreciate it. Need all the luck I can get. Steven, who shies, might be around for some of this. Yes! Yes! We've got a gathering. Oh, why is Stream Decker being so laggy? Hope it's not my computer that's being laggy. From the crypt, appreciate it. Need all the good vibes we can get. Dogfish, what's up? Pikes. How goes it? You good? Just randomly logged in, found out there's a challenge on. Going to have to log in to play today. Do it. Sign up. Dork throwing, good luck. Appreciate it. Bench, yeah, like the one confidant did work for us yesterday. Like, it was fantastic every time I saw it. So, we'll give it another shot, see what happens. Kevin dropping by to say good morning, good luck, and fuck you, buddy. Love you too, Kevin. Are you playing today, or are you just hanging out? Swinging by? Chat is in fact hopping. Sappy, good luck. I'm sure we won't even see Heliod. Probably not. We're gonna see just like Tron, Eldrazi, Tron, Eldrazi. Hanging out. Saturday events are tough for me. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I guess we got the opposite problem. Like, you know what day events are tough for you. I get Saturdays a little more free, but every now and then during the week I got like work stuff come up at the last minute that I can't avoid. Getting phone notifications. Calm down, phone. Alright. See, a gathering of gatherers. Big Ben, great day, nice and sunny out, perfect day to stay in the basement and play 8 hours of Magic. The nerd dream right there. I guess we should go ahead and sign up for this before I forget. Alright, we're joined. They can't tell us otherwise. Scroll down and make sure our name's there. We're joined. We're good. See, Jacob just picked up a playset of the Time Spiral Remastered Thought Seizes. Needless to say, I'm pumped. They do look pretty awesome. I gotta... Hold up. These are not mine. But, I'm holding on to a buddy's deck until Monday. And he's got a play set of them in here. And they are sweet. Mine, we've already seen the Lorwyn black and purple shadow sign ones. So. Wagner, see, very nice to see you in this challenge. Good luck, man. I appreciate it. I'll need all the good luck I can get. But yeah, the Time Spiral Remastered Thought Seizes, like everything from the old Border collection is just on point. They're only 25 a piece, which is a steal. That is a steal. I didn't realize they were that cheap. He's still your buddy after you rob him? Why would I rob him when I've got my even more beautiful set? Fourth one in here somewhere. There we go. Oh, so much prettier. I'd put it at like OG signed set, Time Spiral Remastered set, OG, whatever that Theros monstrosity is. Those new fetches just cost them so much money. Now I have to sell 20 fetches and replace them. I'm undecided on the fetches. Like, I think they're fantastic, regardless. I think they're like some of the coolest fetches printed yet, or it's like one of the coolest ideas to old Border, the enemy fetches. But at the same time, like, I want my deck to be original printing signed. And so if I go get the new ones and get them signed, that's really awesome. But it's not original printings. I don't know if I can like emotionally handle that. And we're coming to the challenge in the last minute, right? We're signed up. Chat saw it. We've got witnesses. Solus, good luck for the challenge. Appreciate it. Always glad to have some kind wishes. Next Maze, don't hate on the Theros Thoughtseize. I also regret not buying Onslaught fetches now. So, I don't hate on the Theros Thoughtseizes. It's just for me, I would be putting it farther down on the list. Get that first round spike pairing, beat him and gift him the one drop. So you prioritize printings over borders. I prefer all matching borders first. I prefer original printings. Absolutely. Like, I will gladly take the mismatched borders on my fetches if I get to have Onslaught, ally colors, and Zendikar enemies. Are you an OG foils kind of guy? I'm not a foils kind of guy at all. Like, you can maybe find 2 or 3 foils in my entire room. 6'7". You might appreciate these. Some of the new pickups. I don't know if you were in stream the other day, but picked up some blue and black shadow signed Onslaught deltas. Pretty excited for those. Have you seen Chase Stone's Sig? He finally signed an art card. I have not. This is the first I'm hearing about it. Did he say if he's going to be like open for a signing event? Or is it just signing an art card? Because I'm sure there are people who would pay high dollars for Ren and Sixes, and Scourge of the Skyclaves especially. Pedro, I have a bit of a Thoughtseize fuckfest. 2 OG, 1 sign, 1 Theros, and 1 box topper. So what you need to do is take like the non-signed OG and just throw an invocation in there. Just really mind fuck your opponents. No one can talk to him still. He just signed the WotC art card, so we know what his Sig looks like. It's very nice. God, that's such a tease, right? Like, all we want is for this guy to sign pieces of cardboard for us. But I'm gonna have to go find the picture of the art card and check it out. You could have bought some Dogen set of cards. I could have, but I'm not a fan of Bitcoin, so had 3 Theros, 1 OG. I'm trading the Theros away. Still 1 more to go. Feel like you shouldn't have too much of a problem dumping Thoughtseizes and picking up other ones. It's real tilt that it's super nice Sig. I was hoping for trash. Right, if we could just get like a water signature or something that is just kind of all over the place and you can't tell what it is. My dad has been pumping and dumping Doge all week. He's made like 10K. Nice. Like, I have no doubt that people are making decent money off of it, but it is not for me. All right, so pretty great hand to 7. Get an easy like Thoughtseize into Tarmogoyf. Goyf and Seal of Fire will help get this Scourge online really quickly. I just bought 2 Chippy Baubles from a Euro collector. Was that the one that had the signatures people were unsure of? Ooh, humans. Taking a vial. And they don't hit a green source or a vial. That's good for us. So let's go get Tarmogoyf down. And now if they do hit a green source for this this Hierarch, I can Seal of Fire it and get an attack in. If they play like Thalia here, I'll just attack with Goyf, play Scourge and Hex Drinker. Personally very sure of them, so I got a nice discount. If you're sure of them, I would go in it. You've got way more signed bubble experience than I do. So this is especially with that draw, this is, we're gonna Seal of Fire this Hierarch. Get a thick Goyf. Get Scourge down, and we're just gonna try to end the game next turn. All right. Pretty solid game one. Let's see. Last year Tesla paid off my truck. This year Doge's gonna buy me a house. I mean, that's all you can ask for, right? That's like living the the American dream. I know you're not a big fan of alt art cards and paper, but do you like the alt art Assassin's Trophy better than the OG? In online, I kind of like the full art stuff, the extended border stuff, the Magic Online promos. I don't know why it's different online than it is in paper for me. But some of the things like Croxa is half the price in this version that it is in like the pack version, and I like the art on this one better anyway, so it's like a win-win. Alright, so I'm up against humans, that's right. Trophy's like less exciting. Drinker probably just gets clogged up pretty quick. Deep regret selling my bauble set the first time. Damn cards got auctioned a year later and sold for 2K. Chippy needs to sign again. Needs to stop working for Blizzard. Needs to decide to sign again. Alright, opponent mulligan to 6. Which makes this a little more tempting, but at the same time, I don't know if this Scourge is going to be online. So I think I'm going to go down with them. Not great, but I think I can get this Hex Drinker up pretty quickly. That's a good draw. That's a really good draw. Alright, so if I go turn 1 Inquisition, Meddling Mage, Kite Sail, Freebooter. Let's take a Freebooter. Dozed off, didn't know it already started. Missing out. So, this means I need them to whiff on a human next turn. Actually illegal to top deck a Manus Rider. It's in the Constitution. So, really looking for like a lightning bolt or a fatal push here. Something that would let me clear the board even if they get a trigger on this champion of the parish. This is to get revolt on their turn just in case I need it. So I don't have anything at 2 mana I can draw here that I care about casting. So I'm just going to get a tapped Overgrown Tomb. That way I can still cast Push, Bolt, Dismember. If I happen to draw one of those. Can't cast that one. Yeah, Meddling Mage is naming Push. I'm just saying that, like, if I draw a 1 mana spell, I can still cast it. Not a freebooter. Freebooter. Like, we still, if he takes Kozilek's return here, the problem is I've got a Seal of Fire the freebooter, which means this champion gets to live regardless. Are you streaming full time now? I heard you were selling real estate. Definitely not streaming full time. Streaming whenever I'm not working on any deals. Like at the moment, I've got paperwork for 3 sales out, so I can't really do much until that gets back. So might as well stream. But work certainly takes the priority. All right. So I could Thoughtseize the Dismember and get the Hex Drinker down. I guess is what I'm gonna have to do. Get a swamp. Take the Dismember. Unless they want to dismember their own champion. Hex Drinker. Seal. There you go. What state am I in? Last realtor became an insurance agent. Need someone in California. I'm in Mississippi, but if you need me to make a recommendation, I can ask around. But I don't personally know anybody who's an agent in California. Close to California, luckily. It's like right there, next door neighbors. Honestly, in Mississippi terms, California basically is a next door neighbor, like right down the road. For anybody who doesn't know, like, if you're using directions here and somebody says something like, oh yeah, they're right up the road, expect to go like 2 hours. We have no sense of distance whatsoever. Oh yeah, they live up yonder way. Up yonder way is like 4 states over. Opponent top decked another Dismember. I like the attack in with the hierarch here. Huh. Well, if I can trade with a champion here, I can at least clean up the board. And then I've got access to Lurrus. He attacked with the noble, that's top tier. It is. Like, that's sending a message. That's saying you've got no chance this game. Okay. The no attack. Alright. So I can't kill here. I know that part. Does that mean that I'm passing and Kozilek's returning end of turn? All right, my options are add Lurrus to hand, hope he bricks. Kozilek's return, end of his turn. A return upkeep for Manus Rider. I like that. Also, Jag, good morning. Alright, we're just gonna go for lethal next turn. If they top deck a Manus Rider, I can't do anything about it anyway, so I might as well put myself in a position to kill them next turn. But, as we know, Manus Rider is actually illegal in the Constitution. I could have added Lurrus to my hand if I wanted to play around Reflector Mage. But I think I'm kind of okay saying this has to be Manus Rider or Reflector Mage. Or I guess like Freebooter. But I think I pretty much beat everything else. I guess like Meddling Mage on Battle Rage is annoying.
I think eat fresh is a great slogan. They managed to convince the entire continent, if not the globe, that eating bread was somehow.
Alright, he can't Reflector Mage. It's like a phantasmal image. Is. Alright. Wanna know. Really hate to watch this game for the opponent. Opponent shouldn't have signed up with humans in this 2021 meta game. I mean, humans is a good deck, so I can't really say anything. They just, were a little unfortunate to not see anything off the top. They had a few draw steps there to, like, find something relevant and just didn't work out that way. See, beating humans, the only deck I have. Yeah, Freedom Pigeons over here plays humans and is, I don't know if you're still working on it or not, but is working on getting the entire deck in non-English foil, and it's pretty sweet. Clapping human cheeks. I'm guessing that sounds a lot better. Not on paper. Humans getting prelate seems good. It's probably pretty solid for them, right? You would have drawn Manus Rider. Actually, you would have drawn Reflector Mage into Phantasmal Image into another Reflector Mage. Which comes earlier, late, or pre-late. But the cool human Strixhaven. Yeah, there's the 3-drop one that like exiles a card out of their hand, and they got to pay 2 more for it. That one's really cool. Remember when people wanted humans to get banned? Still do. This isn't a thing of the past. Oh, there's another human besides the what is it? Elite Spellbinder. What do y'all think would get dropped for Prelate? Would it be side tech? Seems sweet to just copy with Phantasmal and Brick People. I think some of the flex spots, like we saw our opponent there on Militia Bugler. I feel like I'd rather have Prelate over something like that. One are the red one that allows to draw cards. We're gonna have to like look these up. Let me grab some water real quick and we'll bring up the Strixhaven spoilers and try to go through some of these humans. All right. How many ticks is the Apollo one? I think we've got a command for that. So this is all TCG prices. It doesn't have the MTGO prices. See that you went with the 1 of K command today. I actually went with the 2 of K command. I went for K command and then I went for K command once more for a second time. But let me check the price of Elite Spellbinder real quick. So the promo one is 7 ticks. The set one, that one's about 7 ticks as well. Ah, E price. That's the catch. Gotta be able to blow those ensnaring braiders. Hell yeah, you do. Yeah, my bot works. I just didn't hit E price. Didn't even think about that. Good call. All right, so let's see. Silver Quill Silencer. This is like the meddling mage type one, right? Whenever an opponent casts a spell with the chosen name, they lose 3 life and you draw a card. I don't know if I'd say that's like comparable to meddling mage, since meddling mage just like preventing them casting it is sweet. Spend a lot of time in Twitch chats. I usually have Twitch on in the background a lot. Let's see. Whenever an opponent activates an ability that isn't a mana ability, deals 1 damage to that player. That's kind of meh. Exile Selfless Glyph Weaver. Creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. I'm guessing that's the human selfless spirit you were talking about. Humans. I don't know why I'm so fascinated about this. Like, I even play humans. Lifelink Menace. Spells you cast to target a creature. Cost 2 less to cast. Sedgemoor Witch could be one that shows up. Mainly just because of the ward part, not the magecraft part. I doubt it. Silver Quill Apprentice, Magecraft, Magecraft. Doesn't seem like the cards that your Aether Vial Humans deck wants. Exile from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/2 spirit. And Magecraft. 4 mana. Eh. Let's see. Still waiting to see this this draw human. I said a red one that draws. Over attacks, you pay 1, discard a card. If you do draw, whenever to discard 1 or more non-land cards, you may exile one of them from your graveyard. If you do, you can cast it. I guess that's something. That one, Conspiracy Theorist. Let's see, 6 or 7. Are we listening to the Super Metroid soundtrack? I just have it on this chill station on Pretzel. There's a gaming station that I like a lot. This chiptune one. And it's like all old video game soundtracks. But apparently it's a little too upbeat for some people. So they wanted me to go chill. Let's see, Ramo, Shadow normally runs just 2 basics. What made you add the mountain? So it was less adding the mountain and more adding the forest. And it's basically there because of Prowess and Burn being pretty popular. And getting that basic forest for Tarmogoyf after turn 1 Blood Crypt is really nice. But if you are looking for an explanation for the mountain, it's because of Kroxa. Like post board, if I get up to the mana to escape Kroxa, I really want the extra basic I can fetch out and get that online, because I'm usually not wanting to fetch and shock 4 times for Kroxa. Here, we'll switch over to the chiptune station for a second, and y'all can see what it sounds like. Make an informed decision. But it's gonna be very like arcadey, retro, techno. Let's see. Is it Arena for Standard, MTGO for Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy? Both work for Limited? Yes. So you can play Standard on MTGO. Like, you can play everything except for Historic on MTGO, which is fine. On Arena, you can play Limited, Standard, Historic, and I think that's it, right? You can't play Pioneer. Can't really play Standard. I mean, nobody does. Sure. That's fair. Like, I definitely would say MTGO has a much lower Standard crowd than MTG Arena. The Maury, have a nice challenge. I appreciate it. Did you try the splash for white recently? I have tried the white splash, and I don't think it's worth it. Vanishing Verse was extremely underwhelming. Kaya's Guile is like a mirror breaker or a good Prowess card, is really good, but I don't think Kaya's Guile is enough to warrant a splash. So it was like Kaya's Guile plus Vanishing Verse, but both of those are like horrendous against Tron and Eldrazi Tron and decks like that, which I think are a little more relevant right now. MTGO does in fact have standard. Check the active players. Okay. So, like, the standard queues right now. Guess it won't let me see how many active players are in the league. We do have some standard games going on. But yeah, you can like play in the standard leagues. So I always love the custom games, going and reading like what people are looking for. Like no counter spells, no discard, casual fun decks only. Alright, sure. Or no planeswalkers as well. Like, I get that. The commander ones are usually the best. See if we can find any good ones. No CEDH. Competitive, cool, casual. 15 ticks EDH randomizer. Casual, no extra turns. It's not too thrilling today. But a lot of the times you'll see some that are just like, no instants, no enchantments, no removal spells. And it's just like, that seems miserable. No net decking, right? I've waited for hours in limited non-league queues, though. Yeah, like, if you're playing limited or standard on Magic Online, you pretty much have to do a league. Like a league or a single elimination draft or something if you want to get matches over with. Sappy Van CCG is the full name of the store. I have a friend that just got stationed in Mississippi looking for a store. Yeah. So, if you want to tell your friend to, like, hit me up on Twitter or anything, there's a link there. And I can send him the information. But, like, Vans is just right in the center, right outside of Jackson, right in the center of the state, I mean. And always welcome to come hang out, check it out. Pretty nice crowd. Good plug. I'm just trying to be a helpful resource here. I usually don't tweet too terribly much, so don't get too excited. But yeah, we've been firing modern recently, like paper modern events. And once in-store play officially opens back up, we'll have more. LCF was Channel Fireball? Nah. CF for Control Freak. Like, bam. Let's see. He might be bad for your meta, though. He has way too many decks. Oh, he's come to the right place, if that's the case. So we've got... Who would be the good comparisons? Like, Carlos has got 30-something modern decks. As well as, like, a dozen legacy decks and standard... Could play standard, doesn't play standard too much. We've got a few people with multiple modern decks available. told Grixis Control and Wurza to buy earbuds. I told Shadow to buy an iron. I've borrowed Human's deck so I can get my fix. That's that's a lot of trade-offs on decks. Gonna be back to 21st through 24th, so I'm coming to beat Mirabito. You might be too late. I don't know if Steven's gonna be in the area. Jacob have 7 modern decks now. Feels good. That's a pretty good lineup. Like, I think I've got 2 that are like completely functional, and then if I want to finish Shadow, I could pick up a few cards, but since I'm doing the whole like the whole Shadow sign thing, I'm way off of having the entire deck together. But are any of their modern decks signed? No. Not here. Mine's the only one that's like signed in progress. Savvy, they're all 100% foil. I mean, foil decks are cool. Not my cup of tea, but I get the appeal from some people. What is, I think, is the main reason to choose Jund Shadow over Sultai Shadow? The proactiveness. Being able to kind of push your game plan forward regardless of what your opponent's doing. Battle Rage certainly exemplifies that idea, but just being able to say like, all right, I'm gonna bolt you when I want to bolt you. I'm gonna play out whatever threat I want, get on the board, push through aggressively. Foils are too much of a liability in GPs for me. I don't know if you were in here the last time I talked about it, but I had a play set. The first like foils I really got invested of. Back during Lore 1 Standard, I picked up a playset of the player reward cryptic commands and like set them aside, looked up like a year later, and they just looked like used, like Pringles. And after that, I was just like, nope, I'm done. Never getting a foil again. Anyone know when the SUG or GP events start? They said they were opening up paper play on May 28th. Whether that means GPs and opens and everything or not, I don't know. But we'll see. So, let's see how everybody's doing. We've got Aspiring Spike 01. Caustic still playing. Doomwake's 1-0. Dito's 0-1. Doom Switch is 1-0. GG's 1-0. S9's 0-1. Juju Beans 0-1. Mana Symbols 0-1. Ooh, Battle of the Discord. Ricardo 0-1. News 1-0. He moves to Sabi's 1-0. Shock Trooper on the 0-1 drop. Sodex 1-0. Krellin's 1-0. X-Whales 1-0. Yama's 0-1. UMAD's 1-0. Pretty even. Yeah, I had foil signed OG burn. I had to do all sorts of maintenance to keep them flat as a part-time job. Then I looked up the value in deep foil. If you have foils, the best trick I had was putting them face up on your router for a few minutes. usually did the trick to flatten them back out, then double sleeve immediately? Was it just like getting that that hot air under them? Is that what was helping? I've heard a lot of people that'll like only store their foils with those little silica gel packets. Just try to like pull any moisture out of the air. The heat, right. I can see that being pretty useful. But like I said, I've probably got 3 foil cards in my entire room. If that, now that I think about it. Well, I take that back. I've got like a bulk box back over there somewhere that's got a ton of foils in it, but it's just like stuff that randomly got added into trades or whatever over the years. But if we're talking like intentional foils, I've got like 4 maybe. And one is an Invocation Kefnet that a buddy of mine bought me. And the rest is like... Is there over here? The only other intentional ones are like foil copies of Imbrith Paladin, which were given to me at the Eldraine pre-release. And then, God, anything past that is just like opened it in a pack from prizes or something, or opened it from a pre-release, something like that. See, I barely even collect paper anymore. Just put the Fear of Thassa into my FNM with fish. I'm excited for COVID restrictions to list. I moved to an area in a very central location to hit any events. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. A bunch of the local guys at my new shop all squad up and go to big events. Now I just got to see if my boomer family schedule will allow me to go with them. It's surprisingly like when I got into playing any sort of competitive Magic, I started off out of state and had like 1, maybe 2 people at my shop that would go to anything bigger than like an FNM. And then moved down here and found like 2 or 3 people that would travel fairly regularly for like PPTQs and IQs and stuff like that. But wouldn't really go to GPs or opens. And then we brought in a few more people, and right before COVID, we were getting 10 people going, like just traveling in a giant group, Airbnb style to GPs and opens, and that makes it so much easier. It's like you're not having to drive by yourself. You've got company. You've got people to borrow cards from, so you don't have to like rush through vendors at the last minute. They had a Time Spiral foil Yawgmoth, sold it for $350 immediately. I would have as well. Like the only foil old border cards I got for my Time Spiral stuff was what did I get? An Evolutionary Leap, a Farseek, and one other, but nothing good. Pretty happy to have Jund, Death Shadow, Black and Rock Pool, plus Burn and Modern. Mono Black Aggros, Vampires, and Pioneer. GG cards in Brazil are very expensive. Right. Like, I really like having my my Shadow box and just being able to move between Shadow variants. Like, I enjoy playing Shadow regardless of how hostile the meta is or anything like that. So, for me, it's really easy to justify just like going all in on this one deck and enjoying the variations and the adjustments and things like that. My shop's like 10 to 15 players that travel to big events. Seems so much fun that way. Right, like it's easier to plan out. Traveling is nicer when you've got a decent group. That's a perspective. Play what's fun. It's crazy, I know. Like, nobody ever thinks of it. They're just like, oh, I gotta play the meta deck. Like, no, I'm just gonna play what I want to play. I want to play Shadow. I'm gonna do that. But I'm still waiting for the sign. I've got this sealed box of Time Spiral Remastered just like hanging out over here, and I haven't decided what to do with it yet. Like, do I want to sell it? Do I want to draft it? Do I want to open it? What do I want to do there? I've just kind of been keeping up slowly with the price of it. And just saying, like, okay, if it hits a certain point, I'll sell it. But Shadow has flexibility to adapt to meta, even if it's hostile. Right, like, it's just a proactive deck. Disruption plus a quick clock's gonna win everything. Crack it open. Open it right now. You won't. You basically just showed a bunch of junkies the needle. How about if we top 8 the challenge today, I'll open it. That's our trade-off. I just gotta intentionally throw for like 7 rounds. Need to pick up more fetches. Yeah. Like, I do need to pick up a few here and there. Like, I've got to find black and red shadow signed Onslaught Bloodstain Myers. And then the Philip Straub signing for Scalding Tarns coming up pretty soon. And I want to get some blue and red shadow sign Tarns. Got 2 boxes of War Mythic Edition that I've been sitting on. Maybe time to cash them in and pick up enemy fetches. Like, I had a couple boxes of Modern Masters 2017 that I sat on for a while. And got a pretty decent return on that. But I don't think Time Spiral Remastered is like... I don't think it's gonna spike the same way, since Modern Horizon or Modern Masters 2017 had the enemy fetches in it. Like, the Time Spiral boxes are kind of lifted up by the possibility of hitting like Thoughtseize or really cool old border foils. Those enemy fetches will be a problem for me. Like, there's going to be a ton of people getting those, right? Like, how many people are really big Old Border fans, have their Onslaught fetches, and are just like, gotta pick up the copies of everything to match. Need my 20 Onslaught, or Onslaught Border ally, or enemy fetches. God, it's so tough to keep up with. The actual cards in the set aren't worth the box. Right. Like, there's a lot of cool mythics in the set that used to be worth money, but have been reprinted a few times, like Ancestral Vision. It's just been reprinted a few times, and now this once $50 mythic is now like a $4 card. Kimchi Man. A Korean superhero we didn't know we needed. Up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Kimchi Man! Goif has been printed 7 times now. So, Future Sight, Modern Horizon, or Modern Masters, Second Modern Masters, Time Spiral Remastered. Was it printed in the third Modern Masters? Like box topper and stuff. Okay. Okay, that makes sense too. This is the weirdest dredge deck I've ever seen. Not gonna lie. All 3 Modern Masters, Time Spiral Remastered, Ultimate Masters Topper. Okay, so we're counting like box toppers and stuff separately. Well, if we draw a removal spell and they don't jam, maybe we've got a reasonable chance. Excuse me? This man just main deck Chalice of the Void at us? Can we talk about this for a second? Michael, how does your luck fare in premier events? This. This is how my luck fares. Got main deck Chalice of the Voided. Ooh. So I could Thoughtseize Hex Drinker to grow the Tarmogoyf. Is that worth it? It does like force lethal, right? Or no, they can violence Snoop. Three-color Goblins. No, I think that this is just a canopy land. Well, they can very easily combo off on me here. Maybe they try to like double block and take out the Goyf. Alright, don't have the combo. Don't have it. Oh my god, are we getting away with this? Alright. So let's level up a Hex Drinker. And crack in. Yes! Oh man. Main deck Chalice of the Void? Like. So did they just keep this hand because it had like Vial and Chalice? Because we saw the Snoop off the first bauble. So we know he didn't have the Snoop in his opening hand. One mana drop, clap to deck with Chalice on one. That's all you gotta do, right? This is why you play Hex over other one drops. Don't at me. I mean, I'm in agreement. Like, how bad would Swift Spear have been there? Or Narnum Renegade? Like, I respect those cards, but they would have been really, really bad there. Alright. So, I want to find room for Assassin's Trophies. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Maybe a trophy. Something like that. About Nicodle. I mean, Nicodle would have been a solid 2-2 on like turn 6. Can't argue that. Walked away for 2 seconds. Sounds like we got there somehow. We got there because of Hex Drinker. Played a little Hexy boy, leveled him up. Alright, no, what's it called? Vial on their side's really good for us. They kill the Hex Drinker, they grow the Tarmogoyf, so that's a plus. I'm a fan of Renegade being $49.50 cheaper than Hex Drinker. I mean, these are valid arguments. Like, I'm certainly not going to say they're wrong. We could have considered not playing the Hex Drinker because of Munitions Expert, but I don't think that's... Be one of those matches, is it? Like... I guess to me personally, I never see the appeal of things like jamming Blood Moon and Chalice into your deck and just like trying to go hard on this cheese win plan. Alright, let's just a K return here. We could have considered Trails of Heavy Size Blood Moon Resolves. Am I K returning right now? Like, if I K return and they've got a another Munitions Expert, we're kind of like screwed. Alright, let's think. So, if we pass the turn, he draws the Harbinger, plays it. If we K-return with the trigger on the stack, the downside is if the next card after Harbinger is Kiki Jiki, we just lose on the spot. Like, it's an odds thing, but it's a non-zero chance. If we could K-return, like, on their upkeep. We could... What? If we wait for the Kiki... If we wait for the Kiki, they could just choose to not do anything. Alright, so Harbinger triggers. So how are we doing this? But like, the problem I'm seeing is we're not exactly in a horrible spot. And we keep talking about like this being, oh, well, the spot we're in, we need to do this, this, and this. And like, are we really in that bad of a position right now? Kind of because K-return's our only playable card. I mean, it's our only playable card, but if it's the only card we need... So they're drawing into a Kiki Jiki that they can't cast at the moment. Alright. There's a jump blocker. If we draw a basic swamp, we kill them. Double blood moon means even your basics are mountain. But I mean, like, now it's okay, opponent has to top deck something live. If they brick, like, from now until infinity, they just die. That's game. So now we can respond to a vial activation with making them discard. So target player discards, destroy an artifact. Top deck swamp for the win. Alright, let's update a record. 2-0. Update. Swamp, get wrecked, you Goblin Chungus. So as a god tier shadow player, he just rips the swamps like nobody's business. So we can say that this is one of those moments that I'm glad I draw basic lands like it's nobody's business in my shadow decks. Is this tribal weekend? Feels like it, doesn't it? Tribal avatars versus tribal goblins versus tribal humans. Who's going to reign supreme? Nice Blood Moon nerd. Oh, man. Music literal perfect for that top deck. I'm gonna have to go back and hear what was playing. I've got it like through some headphones on the side, but usually when I'm like kind of paying attention to the match, I stop paying attention to the music. Trying to keep it PG on the stream, but we all know the signature line. I mean, on the bright side, like, I guess it's only YouTube that sees the chat outside of Twitch. And I have this marked as an adult stream. So, chat's welcome to cuss all they want. I'm gonna be somewhat family friendly. Top deck after using a turn 2 Goy for the whole game and drawing like 30 lands. I mean, it was top deck when it mattered, right? Because they would have been able to vial in that Harbinger and go get like a Sling Gang Lieutenant or something and really clog up the board. Turn on the shuffler hacks at the right moment. You just wait until it gets to that point and you're like, oh yeah. Hack mode engaged. Hacker man incoming. But yeah, humans into goblins is not the start that I expect to see in a challenge. Alright, so 126 players means... Here's the challenge info. 126 players means 7 rounds of Swiss. Right at the upper limit. 128 or 129 would have pushed us over into an 8th round. Yeah. Like, I know 32's 5 rounds, 64's 6, 128's 7. But then in the challenges, it gets weird once you get up to, like, 200 and something. It starts being, like, less than it should be. And... I would say we'll probably kill Merfolk next, but they won't be 2-0. We're gonna play against like zombies next round. See, according to top 8 cut, the cutoff, 2 players at 5 and 2 will make top cut, and 20.5 will miss. So half a person's just gonna be like awkwardly dangling out of top 8. But yeah, that sounds about right. Usually like 2 or so, X and 2 make it. But it gets a little bit funky. The closer you are above or below a cutoff, probably start playing against higher tier decks from here on up. Well, on the bright side, the higher tier decks probably aren't going to have main deck Chalice of the Void out of Goblins into sideboard Blood Moons. Is Doom in this? Both Doomwake and Doom Switch are. Yes. I think Doomwake was 1-0 after last round. So Doomwake's 2-0. Doom Switch is 1-0 fighting for 2-0. So, depending on which Doom to which you are referring. Yes and yes. But yeah, usually when you're like right over a threshold of rounds, it's a much cleaner cut. But when you're right below the next threshold, then it gets a little dicey. You have more pair ups, pair downs. More people missing cuts. The Ramo, I'm looking at moving into Jund from 4 color. I have access to 4 Catacombs, 4 Mire, 1 Foothills. Do you think the mana base would still work if I jammed 2 Deltas with those? I don't have access to any more Foothills at the moment. I think it would. Because, like, the only thing that polluted Delta can't get that Foothills can is basic forest, basic mountain, and stomping ground. You can get your swamp, you can get blood crypts, overgrown tombs, which are more important anyway. So you should be pretty okay there. And yeah, like Jad said, you could always cut the mountain or cut the forest and kind of ease that a little bit more. Or add in the second basic swamp. Hi Burra, how's it going? Hope you're having an awesome Saturday so far. Hope everybody's having an awesome Saturday so far. Ugh. But yeah, we're 2-0 in the challenge. If anybody's just tuning in, we played against Goblins round 2 and Humans round 1. Tribal warfare out here. Our Avatar Demon Lurgoyf Snake deck with a human and a Cat Nightmare and a Elder Giant. We literally have no overlapping creature types. Like, not a single one. Go figure. Guess I never thought about that. But yeah, like, Jad's got a good point on the second basic swamp. If you're concerned about Blood Moon. Like, you want the basic swamp more than anything else anyway. So you're not really giving up a lot of real estate by playing it over the forest. Forest is like, I want to play around Blood Moon the best I can. Basic swamp is like, I want to give myself the best chance of getting out of it if a Blood Moon resolves. I'll never forget traversing for swamp instead of forest for Squad Chief 5-0 at GP Calgary on 4-color traverse with Arclight Phoenix. He played Blood Moon and locked me out, and I had another traverse in hand. Yeah. Like, when I used to play 4-color traverse a ton, anytime I was up against a Blood Moon deck, it was just like immediately fetch out basic forest in the first turn or two, even if I don't have a traverse. Because, alright, if I find one later on, I've got more shots at hitting traverse or swamp than I do of hitting, like, exactly swamp. So. Have we played a single Death Shadow this tournament? No. No, we have not. Don't think so, at least none of it. I don't think we've cast one, have we? Against humans, game 2 we won with a Scourge. Game 1 we won with Hex Drinker, Tarmogoyf, Confidant. And then against Goblins, we won game 1 with Confidant, Tarmogoyf, Scourge. What was it, Scourge? Confidant, Goyf, something else. And then game 2, X-Drinker got munitions experted. And Tarmogoyf went the distance. So nope. Had some epic moments at tourney though. Top deck Tarfire game 3 to exact seize a humans player. I do miss playing some Tarfires. Not gonna lie. Who needs shadows anyway? We Jund now. We Jund, boys. I saw that Marty had another really great run with Bone Crusher Jund. See if I can find the tweet, but I think he was talking about qualifying for the Mana Traders and having some ridiculous record right now. Yeah, played another 5 Mana Traders off stream, still recorded, and another 5-0. Now a combined 23-2 with Bone Crusher Jund, which is insane. How are the pests so far? So I think I've played 10 the Pests, like cast it 3 times. 2 of those times I can't remember the third one, but I know 2 it ended up winning that game. That being said, we do need to put an asterisk there. We don't know if 10 the Pests won, but something like Veil of Summer wouldn't have. And what I mean by that is, I don't know if my opponent had like another piece of spot removal and us going wide won us the game, or if they didn't have another piece of spot removal and just another Veil of Summer would have won it. In the Tron matchup, are we just hoping to disrupt and fast beat down instead of something like Alpine Moon out of the board to slow them down? It's D-Sphere, Assassin's Trophy. You really want to focus on the quick clock for sure, but you kind of have to have some piece of land disruption, either a damping sphere or a trophy for a Tron land to kind of supplement that. I gotta just bite the bullet and buy the Scourges. I've been trying to consolidate my builds, and the Mana Traders account seems kind of pointless when I only play like 2 decks. So, my Mana Traders account right now, I'm down to like... I've had it for a while, and so the price gets a little bit cheaper each month. But I'm down to like the next to lowest subscription, because I just own all of these cards on Magic Online. And so I only rent when I have to here and there. But if we can get our Mana Traders partner program, promoter program, then maybe we could rent some more stuff. I'd also probably just sell off everything on Magic Online if that works. But pretty much when we started streaming, I just started like putting all the chests and everything into buying out the shadow pieces. Just like finish that. Unbanned Once Upon a Time. I miss my 16 land shadow decks. I miss Grixis with Once Upon a Time and like one Overgrown Tomb. Because being able to solve that threat problem by just Once Upon a Time for like a Gurmag Angler or something was so good. Did I miss the chest opening last night? No, I forgot to open them on stream, so I opened them after, and they were bad. They were really bad. Ventus, House 10, the Pestman. We were talking about that a minute ago. We've only cast it like 3 times. 2 of those times I know for sure that we won the game. But I do not know if we won because we went wide. Or if we won because they didn't have another piece of removal anyway. So I can't say for sure that we won the game because of 10 the Pest. The 3rd time we cast it, I don't remember what happened, but it's good at its job, regardless. Looks like we spewed off some play points. Yeah, we had some streaks last week where it was just like 3-2s consistently. So we weren't netting any play points. The chests were pretty bad. And then I think like off stream I had like 2-3'd a couple leagues. I think I 0-1 dropped from a couple. Like Sultai with Once Upon a Time, Oko, and Veil. Yeah. Oko was nuts in the shadow decks. Yeah, no problem, Ventus. Good question. Why do you still question 10 the Pest? I'm not questioning it. I just don't have enough data to make a conclusive judgment on it. Like, the times that it won us the game, it blanked a removal spell, and our opponent untapped, drew, and conceded. So I don't know if us making a bunch of 1/1s made any other spot removal in their hand dead, and that's why they conceded, or if they didn't have another piece of interaction anyway, and Veil of Summer in that spot would have done the exact same thing. So I just can't make a definitive statement there. Another 5-0 with Waste Not to match your trophies. Check out this Waste Not. So Dreadhorde, Kroxa, Or Burning Inquiry. Didn't we just play like 2 days ago or something? Might not have been you, might have just been the list. Yeah, I just played against like this exact list like 2 days ago or something. Yeah, waste knots are expensive. I mean, at the same time, it's like a 6-year-old one-time printed rare that I'm sure like janky combo and commander players love. There's like no reason Mishra's Bauble should be a 15, 16 kick card. Well, I got Ben and Freed asking about the Confidant. So we have played Confidant. We played it last round against Goblins and didn't really do anything special there. Just attacked and got through. But we played it in the Trophy League yesterday and it was nuts. Like, Confidant was absolutely insane every game we saw it. And so I figured it was at least worth trying again today. Whether or not it's a permanent fixture, for me, not enough data. But I saw it in a recent 5.0 dump. And so I was like, yeah, I'll just throw it in there, see what happens. And that's how it came about. Let me see if I can find the list from the dump. Yeah. So this one, Imvayu, played one of Confidant. And I was like, you know what? That sounds kind of fun. And just threw it up there. Played against like Tron, Eldrazi Tron. Can't remember if we played against Heliod with the Confidant list or not. But it did work, so I can't really say too much. I can see it now where you don't play Wraith, just concerned with how popular Prowess is. That's fair for sure. I haven't been running into a ton of Prowess recently. I've been running into so much Tron and Eldrazi Tron. It's insane. I would probably venture to say that that Ben's got a pretty good idea of the Lurrus constrictions. You're talking to the guy that, let's see, took down the NRG series with Jund Shadow. And then, what was it, the same weekend or next weekend? Took down a challenge with Jund. The guy knows his way around some shadows. Has been a trophy leader before with Death Shadow. Oh, and Ben, I'm gonna make a plug for you, so I hope you don't mind. Ben is one of 2 patrons that I support, or Patreon accounts that I support, and he does like sideboard guides and stuff for shadow variants. So I would highly recommend checking it out if you're curious about like sideboarding and matchups and checking out some lists. Yeah, no problem. Like, I know I get people asking all the time about sideboard guides. I'm like, I don't use one. I don't have one, but people are always interested in them. So again, go check out Ben Jones on Patreon if you want. Might have a link here. See, maybe this will work. I hope that doesn't like link to yeah, it's got all sorts of like matchup guides, sideboard guides, stuff like that. Tournament reports. Check it out. The one and only innovator of Tin the Pests, Ben Jones. Yeah. So, Bench, a bunch of people have asked about asked about Tin the Pest recently. And I know you've got more experience with the card than I do. It's been really solid every time I've seen it. Link is nerd porn. It pretty much is. Like, let's be serious. But yeah, like, Tin the Pest has been good every time I've cast it. I don't know if in any of those cases that resolving Tin the Pest would have been different than resolving, like, Veil of Summer. But I think that the card has a lot of potential. But if you've got anything to add on or any like 20-second spiel about why Tin the Pest should be the go-to answer for those times and matchups at the moment. Main spot I found is versus Kaya's Guile. I could see it being insane against Kaya's Guile, and Veil of Summer always feels so bad against it. Sad they got rid of Beebles. Pest could have been Beebles. What does a pest token look like? Whenever I think pest, all I think is a signal pest. Alright, so that's a pest. I feel like that's not quite good enough to deserve an emote slot. Like, it's cool, but I just don't think it's making the cut. We got 3 matches left, and we get to move on to match number 3. Pests look like a Pog emote. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, I'm not saying that I think they dropped the ball on this pest, but why do we have this pest if, like, the artifact pest already exists? Do we need new pests? I want scary pest tokens. I play Sedgemoor Witch, and in her art, it looks so dark and edgy. Then there comes this cute little worm thing. No, I get that it needs to be two separate tokens. I'm just saying, like, if you've already used the pest creature type, and this is, like, completely different from the old pests, why not just make it, like, a new type of token? I don't know what they would call it, but I feel like they could do better. Yeah, I would have liked it as a spirit token better. Like, give the dying trigger. That makes sense with spirits. What would you think about moving into blue-black shadow list when counterspell comes out? So my question with the idea of like counterspell and shadow is I'm of the opinion that I think Drown in the Loch is just better for what we want. And some of the reasoning there is like, let's pull up the card. Counterspell can't deal with your opponent's resolved 1-drop. Drown in the Loch can. Counterspell, you've got to hold up 2 mana, which means you're not playing a threat on turn 2 if you're holding it up. Drown in the Loch means that you can deal with stuff after it's come down, which is extremely relevant. The double blue is not a non-zero requirement. If you go heavier on the blue, then I think it's easier. But I don't know if that's powerful enough. Like, you're talking, let's look at just like an OG shadow list. Talking like cutting bolts, cutting ground, something like that to put counter spells in here, cut opt, whatever. And I don't know if that makes the deck better by any sense. Like, you could find room for Force of Negation or something like that and try to use Shadow or Gurmag as like a combo finish. But I'm still not sure that... I don't think that Counterspell's solving any problems, I guess. It would be Lurrus and with Force. So, if you're playing Lurrus, you can't play Gurmag Angler. So you've got to play like Shadow Scourge, something like that. Shadow Confidant. Can't really play Shadow Scourge because you've got no aggressive 1-drops that you can really play unless... Don't make me say Delver. I don't want to say Delver. Like, God, I really don't want to play Delver. I said don't make me say it. How much time do we have left? 1 match. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it again. I already said it once, like I can feel myself choking up. For anybody who has not been on the channel previously, I'm not a huge fan of Delver of Secrets. And I feel like I make that pretty known. When Strix gets printed in Modern Horizons 2, it's coming together. So, the only card that I want in Modern Horizons 2, a card that hasn't been printed into Modern yet, but exists in other formats, is Shardless Agent. I want Shardless Agent. I want to play 4-color Shadow with Shardless Agent. I want to be able to cascade into Scourges and Goyfs and Confidants and Shadows. Yeah, I want the blue-black Canopy land. But didn't they already say that they're not doing the Canopy lands in Modern Horizons 2? So if they're not going to do it, then why worry about it? But we've seen Shardless Agent on those Reddit spoiler posts, and people have talked about how those have been kind of coming true since they've started doing the spoilers. Dead kill spells. And so, before we get too much down this rabbit hole, when the season first started, not that one, we trophied with this. 4 Bloodbraid Elves in our Traverse the Ovenwald Teamer Battle Rage Fatal Push Dismember deck trophy. I think that on average people have a propensity to like look at non-synergies as being far more relevant than they actually are. Like the other day when we played Grixis Green, and everybody before we started was like, oh, Gurmag Angler and Tarmogoyf, that's a nombo. Oh, we're playing Doomwake. Cool. They're like, Tarmogoyf and Gurmag Angler, that's a nombo. And then we had a turn where we cast a Tarmogoyf, and it was like a 5/6. Then we played a Gurmag right after, and that Tarmogoyf was still a 5/6. So Doomwake mulligan to 6. So is this Prowess? Is Prowess. Let's see. We know their hand perfectly. I could play Tarmogoyf and just get on the board. I think I'm gonna Thoughtseize and take the Opt. Maybe the Wild Slash. We'll see what he decides to do. Take the Opt. Yep. So Wild Slash, unknown. I'm probably just gonna like snap block this Soul Scar. Nope. I was gonna say snap block to be able to force some spells out of hand. Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty bad flood on his side. Damn. Oh, man, that was a rough flood. We might have to, like, hop over to Doomwake's chat after this match and just give our condolences. Alright. So the other croaks as a consideration. Not the worst. And the pest is an option. I guess I can deal with like Tend the Pest over Hex Drinker. I don't think I want the second Tend the Pest. Maybe it's better than K Command. Hand's pretty solid. You ever played Pest in this matchup? Like, I think the first one has got some value. I don't think I want to go, like, more than that. Alright. Just Thoughtseize, because I really want to stop, like, Threads of Disloyalty. Respect. I will take Bolt. Yep. Some Morphos. Yep. All right. Progressive Iteration, Threads of Disloyalty. Let's take Iteration, Seal of Fire, the Swift Spear, say go. We can add Lurrus to hand next turn. It only takes like CMC 2 or less. Yes, let's go Lurrus to hand. I don't want to Shadow and Trophy the Threads because the Shadow's gonna die once he takes it. Alright, so I could get a basic mountain, Lurrus back the seal. I think I'm just gonna play the Shadow and pass. This way, if he takes my Shadow and it dies, I can Trophy the Swift Spear, untap Lurrus, get back my Shadow. Missed yesterday. Did we do a Red Bull guess? Yes, we did. I don't think there's anywhere to respond to this before they take my Shadow. Let's get Overgrown Tomb. Am I supposed to do it all? Probably. help me. All right. Don't draw a dart. Let's go to the top. That's a good one. I just need an attack in with Lurrus. So play Shadow. Back in. See what happens. Gotta dodge double burn spell. Yep. So bolt doesn't kill me. No, I didn't want to TBR Lurrus because I want to kill with a shadow through blockers. Like, TBR with Lurrus shrinks my shadow. Doesn't have the same effect on the clock. It's got to be looking at like an expressive iteration or something. Well, I feel like if it's like a light up the stage, you just snap take it. Alright. Scry to the bottom did not get there. Ooh. Trio. I think you'd still have lethal if you did TBR Lurrus. It's possible. Like, TBRing Lurrus definitely puts me in a safer spot. But if he's just got, like, multiple creatures and is able to block the shadow the next turn, like, I'm just giving him a lot of extra draw steps that I don't think I need to give him. Hitting with the Lurrus once means I'm not dead to bolt. I have lethal through blockers next turn. $11 so fast kill. I mean, it's just Prowess versus Shadow, right? Like, somebody's gonna be dead quickly. More Gothian, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. At least you taught Doomwake a lesson for abandoning Shadow. I consider Doomwake a pretty good Shadow player. Like, I really enjoyed watching him play Rakdos. Haven't watched too much of his Jund Shadow content, but the Shadow brewer in me really appreciates the time that he spent on cards like Narnum Renegade and Knight of the Ebon Legion. So, mad respect. Might jump over to Doomwake's channel and say hey. No! Left. Wait, come back. Never mind. If you did not play Shadow, and then there was Street Wraith. Or when there was Street Wraith, you're not a Shadow player to me. Spike's playing versus Enduring Ideal? Well, say less. Spike. Let's turn the music down. We'll hear what Spike's saying. Is the audio coming through okay? I guess it would if he was saying anything. But if you can hear the clicking, let me know. You rocked him so hard he left the stream to cool off. To be fair, the last time we played against Doomwake, I was playing OG Grixis with Gurmags and Street Wraiths. And he was playing Rakdos, I believe. And we won. And he was talking about on his stream about, like, if you're not playing Lurrus right now, you're, like, just wrong. Not sure if you know, but the text on notifications and on the overlay, except chat, are very small and hard to read. Are you talking about like the follower goal and the stuff at the bottom and stuff like that?
Probably.
Like part of it's just that I didn't want to make it too big because it like wasn't really that. Not that it wasn't important, just it kind of, I guess, distracts a little bit. I can make that a little bit bigger. That.
I'm just gonna ignore Liliana.
As far as like the song title and stuff like that, I can adjust it.
Attack them for 10. Awesome.
Yeah, so like the follower goal and stuff, I might just take that off. I like having the goal, but I can see it would be pretty
That's over with. Sorry.
pretty distracting.
To watch, so thank you all to everybody for being a true
Like,
here.
shift some stuff around. Things a little bit bigger.
All right. Do we have any enduring ideal gamers in the chat? I mean, we've already counted this mana leak as being worse than Counterspell because we pitched it to, or no, we didn't pitch this one to Force. This is another mana leak. I think it's a little too greedy to add that one to the counter, honestly.
Looks like Spike's got a count going on of how often Mana Leak is better or worse than Counterspell.
I didn't come prepared.
Which is pretty interesting.
Enduring ideal though. But I guess.
Clicked away for 2 seconds, and Mike is up another match. Yeah, we played against Doomwake. He was on Red Blue Prowess. Game 1, he got flooded super hard.
What are your best matchups?
Like, into the game, turn 4 or something, with like 3 more lands in hand.
What else would you like me to play?
And then game 2, we
Enduring
had a good start. Things got a little dicey in the middle.
Gust, which is
And then we were able to get Lurrus on board later and get an attack in, and that kind of got us back.
it's like bringing Crumble. I mean, all of these cards are bad. Thoughtseize is probably like is really good against them if they don't have Wayline. Crumble versus Seiju.
It's been a while since I've seen an Enduring Ideal deck, so this is pretty fun.
Lose. I don't even know if that's true. I could probably just counter a reboot.
But I really want to know what this number of times count looks like at the end.
But I don't think I definitely
Game 2, he whiffed on expressive iteration. Any burn spell would have killed us. Right. Like, there was definitely a turn there where there was nothing we could do. We were dead to a burn spell. Straight up. There was a turn that we could have played Thoughtseize plus Shadow from the yard. Or no, not Thoughtseize. Lurrus plus Shadow from the yard. But we played Thoughtseize. He bolted us. We went down to 2. His last card in hand was a Lava Dart. We took that and played out a Lurrus. So, like, if he found a burn spell right there, we were dead, regardless. We could have played Lurrus and Shadow, been at the same life total. Or no, they would have bolted the Lurrus, so we would have had a Shadow out. Would have been at a bit more life. Maybe that was better.
Very good against my hand, so I may, after talking all this shit, lose.
Spike will have so much data in a month on the counterspell leak count, right? Like, he's already said when Modern Horizons 2 drops, if counterspell's legal, like, he's gonna stop brewing anything that doesn't have, like, 4 counterspell, 4 Archmage's Charm, 4 Cryptic Command, 4 Snapcaster. Like, go from there. How many rounds is today's event? 7.
I didn't even know that they played
7 rounds of Swiss. And if we end up top 8ing, we're gonna crack a box of Time Spiral Remastered.
Yeah, Valky gets around Leyline too, which is probably tilting them. Guess we'll get the Teamer Triumph, huh? We've got the Crumble to Dust in our hands.
So, Spike's opponent's deck looks like the kind of deck I never want to see in my life. Then again, Spike's deck is one that I never want to see in my life. Grand Abolisher.
So we'll kill this. Get a second Triome, I think. No, their last card is Plains, right? Or did they already play it?
I guess while Spike's playing his match, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back in a few minutes.
Okay, the Arbiter. And then we do open ourselves.
Did I say a box? I did. We've got a sealed box of Time Spiral Remastered. And if we top 8 today's challenge, we are going to crack it on stream.
You gotta kill Besagio if they drop it. Nick, yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Run to the bathroom. Be right back. And we'll get back to checking out Spike stream.
But I think like this is the line we need to take this turn cycle. But Crumble doesn't get both Sacred Foundries, just for those of you wondering. Only gets the one if it's in play. They put Grand Abolisher on the bottom with Misspell Plains. Aggro, 2 months. Thank you for your resubscription. Appreciate you, buddy. This is not a Flagstones. This is a Misspell Plains. But I mean, also next turn I'm. Oh no. Oh, I was a little bit worried about this. Huh. We still have some colored mana here. I guess I'm just gonna crumble. Two Form of the Dragon and a Symbol of the Legion, Porphyry Nodes, Hall of Heliod's Generosity. Yeah, now Leak is better if we draw it. Don't you want them to draw lands? I mean, I don't know, like, a lot of their cards are like 6-7 mana. Like, a lot of they're actually good cards here. We're also 1 mana away from Hardcast Tybalt. Did I not bring in the Aether Gusts? I don't think I did. Guess well, if we go to game 3, I'll bring in the Aether Gusts. And also, I guess, play some removal for these Abolishers. any reason to turn this into a... I guess this is... Can't activate abilities either. Oh, wow. Okay. So they have another Skyclave in their hand. We probably can't win from here, to be honest. I guess we could draw another Tybalt and win. I want to attack here because they could just Skyclave my Snapcaster. Yeah, if we draw the second Tybalt, we can win. Right now, second Tybalt is not good enough. We're just dead. It's okay. So I have game 3 to play. Probably want like 1 or 2 Fatal Push. Oh, they have, I mean, Abolisher is good against us. Skyclave is not good against us. But I think I'll also just play the Gust over the Drowns. Let's do this. Yeah, losing a game against Enduring Ideal feels bad. I mean, we lost the game to Blood Moon. Cleaning seems bad. I mean, it's just like a recursive source of card advantage. What would you play?
Alright, hope y'all enjoyed the chair stream while I was gone.
Suppression Field.
So, spikes in match 3, or game 3.
Win in second, still have stabilized next turn, so you can exile the Aberration. Oh yeah, I forgot that we get a blocker. Yeah, I forgot that we actually get a blocker off of the Tybalt.
Let's see.
But then they also can kill my Tybalt, then we can...
Winning with Selfie-Sex Sultai, but I tweaked it to have Death Shadow in white.
I'll play the Triumph.
Alright, doing the Mana Trader stuff. Steven's not in here. Dang it. Just ask what his thoughts were on Bone Crusher Jund. I don't know if anybody else has had a chance to play it, but Marty's been wrecking with it.
Drop. Ask for 3 nodes, I guess. Blue card's really nice. This lets us, you know, put Lurrus in our hand.
But
force up,
yeah, I think he's already qualified for the Mana Traders with Bone Crusher Jund. I need to take a day to qualify.
Although there's, if they
Might do that on stream one day next week.
force it. I'm not thrilled about that though. Hopefully they just play Abolisher, Defense Grid.
The old defense grid, eh?
I guess. Although we could have Bring to Light and minus on the Defense Grid in 2 turns. They are playing Besage You. I must have missed that last game. Wow.
Man. Opponent's insane. Beseiju,
Opt on top.
Enduring Ideal. So, yeah, since MTG Bot just said it, do a quick plug before I forget.
If they Blood Moon here, they actually have no white mana.
If you are ever curious about checking out matches or events like this outside of the stream, maybe you don't have time,
Skyclave.
feel free to check out the YouTube channel. It's just the Control Freak on YouTube.
But I mean, I guess
All
we
the
can push it.
leagues and stuff are uploaded on here. Everything's like
You get to put a Tybalt in
time stamped and results are shown, blah 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 blah. You can go see that. That's all I got. That's my plug. JP, how's it going?
But I mean, like, what am I really afraid of here? They can't.
Big Ben, how the hell did we warp the format so I don't play against Prowess all the time? Or do we just all collectively play Living End or what? Good question. What about like Mono White Soul Sisters?
I mean, if they have Oblivion,
How's their Prowess matchup?
plus Tybalt,
I don't actually know, so somebody's gotta figure that one out for me. But
I don't think that.
like, I'm not playing against that much Prowess, or not really more than normal. But I've been playing against a ton of Tron and Eldrazi Tron recently.
Point then. I think we still jam, but yeah.
Like, so much Eldrazi Tron.
Wonder what they drew this turn.
Haven't subbed to my YouTube. Well, if you ever need the link, if you're just curious, if you hit exclamation point YouTube in chat, it'll bring you straight to the YouTube channel.
Alright. 3-mana 2/2.
See, that was the first deck that came to mind, but then Lava Dart is such a cork soaker against Soul Warden. So
I have one slot available.
I do feel like there's a number of times in Modern right now. Big Ben coming in with the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our sweet custom Death Shadow emotes. Appreciate the support. Did you look at that bad Delver Shadow list? The one from like a month ago, or is there another one?
Yeah, you can get the creature.
Tread Spike, Spring Delight, Lurrus deck. Played 2 mirrors in a row. I won, but not what I was expecting. So, like,
I think they can make
this same list that he's running right here.
CMC.
Anytime, thanks for the content. It's what I'm here for. Crack bad jokes. Get top decked on. Chat around with all y'all.
Hit another Bring to Light.
The one I just posted. Let me see. Okay. So I missed this one. 4 Shadow, 4 Delver, 2 Snapcaster, 2 Serum, 4 Thoughtseize, 3 Inquisition,
Better. We fetched Swamp on turn 1 against Ponza.
Push, 4 Scour, 4 Counterspell, 2 Drown in the Lock, 3 Force Negation,
So yeah,
4 Bobble,
better. That's
18 lands. You know you're only at 58 cards in the main, right?
I don't think you can suspend Lotus Bloom off Tybalt's.
You can... Oh, last 2 are Brainstone. Gotcha. My bad.
Wrong about that.
So...
They've played around Tybalt pretty well by
Is Brainstone worth... It's 3 mana, right? Like 1 to play it, 2 to activate it.
doesn't feel like it does enough.
And you essentially net yourself 1 card, but you get to replace some stuff that's in your hand. It's got synergy with Lurrus. I don't know if it's efficient enough. But I mean, like, if you're wanting to test it out, if is the goal of this list to test out some of these cards? Or is the goal to, like, make the best blue-black shadow list possible after Modern Horizons 2 comes out?
I mean, my opponent maybe played out game 1. I don't expect them to scoop.
Because I think that's a really big distinction. Like, when I play something in Shadow, it's usually for the purpose of trying it out. It doesn't mean that I think it's good. It's just giving it a shot, seeing what happens.
Maybe Heliod, but Heliod just also has 1,000 Skyclave apparitions.
It's to make Delver great again. Was Delver ever... I guess... Alright, I take that back. Delver was great during the Splinter Twin period. But it's mainly because we just didn't have any other options, right? It's like Jun, Delver, Splinter Twin, Odd, Titan. That was it. So, purpose is to make Delver great. Hmm.
I would never imply that during.
I'd probably cut a basic swamp because you like never want to see a basic swamp in your counter spell deck. What else? I do agree with Jad that like the threat light aspect is pretty rough. I actually like Bryn's Prodigy better than I like Brainstone.
Aren't they just dead too? We can just make enough doves to kill them.
And the fact that like Jace can also be ditched to a force of negation is nice.
You play as a donut now.
But one of the issues you're going to run into is like you're playing Shadows, but you're not playing Battle Rage, you're not playing Street Wraith. And so you are going to have some trouble like closing out the game, especially if you don't see a Shadow. JP, sub to the YouTube. I appreciate it. We're slowly building up the YouTube channel. I'm bad about like not posting stuff over there right away. Like I think it's over here. I've got like a stockpile of leagues that haven't been posted to the YouTube yet that I need to get on. So I'm doing pretty bad on that one. I'll find a night and like pull an all-nighter and just upload everything. What do we got? Like, I feel like the deck is missing two things. Like, one, if you're playing Delver, I feel like you want some number of Scourge, even if it's only like 2 of them. And 2, I still think Drown in the Loch's better than Counterspell overall.
It was a much better paper deck.
But I get the appeal of Counterspell. And there's certainly going to be matches where Counterspell is better.
I don't think
like, you want Counterspell against Tron and Eldrazi Tron, Primeval Titan decks. But pretty much everything else, I feel like Drown in the Loch is actively better. But that's the whole purpose of testing cards out when they get released, is to see if we're actually right or not.
The name Skyclave Apparition.
So Spike has Snap Mana Leak, Aether Gust, Snap Gust, Cling to Dust.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're just dying before it. It would never come up. But, like, theoretically, the matchup, yeah. In some spots. Oh, wait, they get the token? Right.
Spike out here, Abrupt Decaying his only stuff.
Yeah, game actions at random stage.
Let's see. What do you think your biggest obstacle to starting streaming or YouTube was?
I did.
But
obviously that's not how it works.
So I got pretty fortunate because when I started, I'm just gonna turn that one off since they're kind of like in garbage time now. Let's get. Alright. Y'all can hear me okay, right? Like, I'm still loud enough over the music. But when I first started streaming, I was lucky because I had already had a few like posts and stuff in the like Shadow Discords and the Shadow Facebook groups and stuff like that, like tournament reports from opens, stuff on Reddit. It was pretty well received. So when I started deciding to stream, I could say like, hey, this is me. This is some posting stuff I've done before. I'm going to do some streams. Feel free to come check them out. And a lot of people from the Discord, especially, like, hopped over and checked it out. And a lot of those players were, like, still hanging out in the chat today. Still come by all the time. And so that made it a lot easier to kick things off. Past that... Oh... I'd say biggest obstacle has probably been, like, getting accustomed to finding my own rhythm when it comes to the stream. Like, finding a balance between playing and interacting and talking through everything. I've mentioned a few times on here before that some of the streamers I really look up to are players like Reed Duke, who does a really good job of talking about his lines while he's going through a play. And that's what I wanted to model stuff after. But it's not a natural thing because you're not used to speaking your lines out loud while you're thinking through them. And so just getting into that habit without disrupting the flow too much. And then, like, getting to that understanding that people are hanging out in here partly because they want the gameplay, partly because they're wanting or interested in the deck, partly because they think for whatever ungodly reason that I'm a tolerable personality and want to come chill out and see what's going on. So, just finding a balance. Started streaming in the pandemic, getting used to doing the talking out loud as well. Feel like I'm going to go to a GP and tell my opponent everything out loud. Just going to be sitting there with your hand like, well, I guess if I play the Tarmogoyf out here, if he's got a Fatal Push, that could be really awkward, really mana inefficient. And your opponent's just sitting there like, what? Come again? Interacting with chat while playing can be very difficult. It really is. And like Dogfish just said, you absolutely play worse on stream. Like, I can't count the number of times on stream that I've missed over a pretty obvious lethal because I was like talking about something with chat and my mind was just not on this line. And I've absolutely lost games because of it. But it's rough. Like, you should make that sketch for your YouTube. Just like the streamer returning to paper. Also, anything I say is usually the wrong place. So that's a really big point. The majority of people who hang out in the channel don't hang out and chat because they assume that everything you say is 100% correct. Usually chat's hanging out because they like hanging out and they just want to hear your thought process because maybe you'll consider something that they wouldn't have, and between the two of you there's a correct line somewhere. But like, I'm wrong in my thinking pretty often, and that's fine. Like, I'm talking about it, chat's giving feedback, we learn together, and that's kind of the focus of it. But I wouldn't be worried about, like, thinking about an incorrect play. It happens literally every single day. but I think people are more interested in just hearing you discuss what's going through your mind or some of the potential options. Mark, dude, pay attention to me. I am, I promise. Never said anything before, but you're very Duke-esque in the way you describe your lines. See, like, to me, that's a huge compliment. Like, my entire goal is just to be personable, talk about what I'm thinking, talk about what's going on, and that's what I want to model my stream after is, hey, let's talk about this. Can I post a link to the Chase Stone signed art card from Scryfall? Yes, absolutely. See, totally agreed. I had someone ask me about getting help from chat on lines and if that's fair or not. I said the amount of times I'm put on first down talking to chat is way higher than games I win because of help. So, like, when it's a big event like this, I'll talk to chat and interact and say, like, why I'm not doing anything. But I'm usually not taking chat suggestions, or I'm gonna play what I think is right. But I know that that's a pretty controversial topic. Helps me as a player that you do that. That's all I can ask for, right? Like, if I'm able to help somebody a little bit on some of their lines, then I've done my job. Mike definitely falls under the Duke tree. I don't even play Shadow, but like watching Mike, like Grimflayer on YouTube because thorough they are and present it well. Right, I love Grimflayer's YouTube videos. Trying to get into YouTube at the moment. Let me know if you find anything that's working out for you really well, because YouTube's a tough nut to crack. After being on this channel for a while, play Shadow a lot different now. Same. Like, getting input from players like Bench, from Ben, from Dylan when he's around, like Dito's being around, it makes a world of difference when you've got like some high quality Shadow players giving you that live feedback. So yeah, Matt, this was what 6'7" was talking about earlier. Is Chase Stone signed the art card, but he's still not in contact for live signings. But the signature is sweet, so it's like, ugh, gut-wrenching. Don't forget showing off signed Shadow cards. That's also a big part of the stream. I mean, that's like 90% of it, honestly. Get people redeeming swag reveals so I can just like show off these stupid expensive signed cards. Talk about your fears as well as your plays. Like, that's one thing I feel I'm pretty notorious for, is trying to describe the 175 things I'm trying to play around here. So, Atticus lol. Oh, this hand's okay. So we've got Thoughtseize. Backup Thoughtseize. We've got on the draw plus 2 redraws to find a second land. So that's 4 looks at it. So I think this is a pretty easy keep. Not asking much. I just want my Chase Stone card signed. That are Michael Danza Fire Blasts. Both would be pretty sweet, right? Alright, so it looks like Amulet Titan. Second Tarmogoyf, not the best thing in the world. Garen Brig off the top means we need to start popping anything that looks like a Titan. Like that. Almost didn't play the second Amulet, or second Mishra's Bauble. So what we'll do is, we know that they're drawing the Garen Brig here. They don't have a way to shuffle their library or anything, so this Bauble's going to tell us what they're drawing next. and we'll get to know if this is a situation where, like, we need to, oh, man. Needed that second land. Alright. Let's think. We can dismember the Arboreal Grazer and be able to play out the Shadow next turn. We can play the Hex Drinker. I really want to just save this Dismember for like a Dryad. So I think I'm just going to play out the Hex Drinker and say go. They're drawing into Arboreal Grazer here. Alright, so now their hand is 3 lands. Alright, I'm going to make the executive decision to dismember to get down Shadow next turn. They don't have a Valakut currently, so Dryad's not the scariest thing in the world. And I couldn't kill a Titan with that Dismember anyway. I don't think that Thought Seizing here does anything for me. But I need to hit the second land in the next turn or two, or it's probably over. All right. Alright, I'll trade a Hex Drinker for an Azusa. Are you hoping they misclick and don't block? Pretty much, or hoping maybe there's a chance that they just decide, like, not to block because they want to play around something. It's just kind of a free attack. So many Grazers. Okay. Okay. Progress. We have gone from no chance of winning to potential. We know their last card in hand is a Gruul Turf. And fortunately, with the Amulet side, is that just lethal? Nice. Mana Screw beats Mana Flood. Ha ha ha! Ghost Quarter's bad, but they should have used it already. I agree. Like, if they got us down to just a black source, they don't know that we have 2 Scourges in hand, but we also had 2 Tarmogoyfs, so like, it's pretty good at giving them a chance to slow us down. Alright, things I'm interested in. Less excited about Kroxa. It's a possibility, but with Bajuka Bog, it's pretty awkward. Seal of Fire and like Hex Drinker are really bad against Arboreal Grazer. Kind of in the same regard, like Bolt's not the greatest. A command on the draw is probably just too slow. So, questionable slots are something like the last Hex Drinker, Fatal Push, or the second Fatal Push. I think I'm going to drop the second Fatal Push for either Croxa or K Command. I think I want K Command. A little bit of fight against top decks later on. See. Bolts, but bolt facing Scourge happens a lot in the matchup. It does. I don't want to cut any of the bolts because of that exact reason. Hey, Giles, how's it going? Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Oh, I think we're gonna ship this. Like, this Scourge isn't guaranteed to come online. We're at least, if we top deck a black source, the hand's still not very proactive. Didn't exactly great. But we'll see. Yep. Alright, so if this can find us a green source for this Tarmogoyf, then this is solid. Breeding pool. We'll just take Tracker. They can't cast it, anything next turn anyway. They're going to have the mana regardless. So we'll take the Tracker, leave them with the Zeusa. Alright, so if they crack this fetch, then Scourge is online. That's something. I don't know. I guess they got Radiant Fountain, so... I need to find a, I need to find a fetch land pretty quick. Go Zeusa, yep. Breeding Pool, Valakut. So we'll pass, see what happens. I might want to bolt them to get Scourge online. I might want to bolt a Zeusa. What is their last card if it's not a land? Like, what would have been better than, or worse than Dryad there? Is this a football tee I'm wearing? No, it's a shirt from my local card store. The logo, like, right above over there. Cavern of Souls named Giant. Alright.
There's the bounce land. Alright. We'll scoop to that one. On the play, K-Command's better. Roxa's a bit better. X-Drinker's actually better. It's still Arboreal Grazer, so Hex Drinker's still, like, not good. Just better. Still don't think I want the second Croxa. I think I'm just gonna run it back the same way. Alright, dismember into Goyf into Shadow. Let's keep it. Moto doesn't want to win. Well, Moto is a pretty fickle program. Yep. So I could dismember to get down to turn 2 Shadow. I think what I'm gonna do is play Tarmogoyf here. I should have played Blood Crypt Tarmogoyf because of Bajuka Bog. But I think what I'm gonna do is Tarmogoyf, the next turn, dismember Shadow or dismember attack with Goyf, Scourge, something like that. Okay. Let's go. Dismember you. Gets Goyf up to a 3/4. Attack with Goyf. If he doesn't block, we play the Scourge. Or am I playing the Shadow? Probably just play the Shadow, right? Just to go for the extra damage, like, next turn. Probably could have let the Tireless Tracker live and just, like, planned on outsizing it. TBR would be a pretty good draw. But I mean, like, I'd take TBR, Lightning Bolt, pretty much anything. Another Tireless Tracker. Okay. Alt seas, you say. Pretty alright one. Member. Alright. And it's got a bounce land and a dream. But no extra land drops. So alright. 4-0. 4-0. I think that was our first game we've lost this event, wasn't it? That game too. Wouldn't play a naked tracker in this matchup, just wait a turn to get a clue. I agree. So like on the shadow side, Tireless Tracker is one of the games that, or one of the cards that terrifies me the most. Like I hate seeing that card. Especially now with the non-Street Wraith versions of Shadow, your clock is less consistent. So a Tireless Tracker going unanswered can just wreak havoc on any work you've done up until that point. Tracker with the Zeus and Dryad is nuts. Exactly. Like, or like that, if they had Dryad or Azusa plus the Amulet bounce land tracker. Nope, nope, I'm out. Get me out of here. Alright. Let me see if I can catch up with chat. JP asked about Tin the Pest earlier. It's been really good. It's been really solid. Major Riot coming in with the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to the subscribers. Hope you had an awesome stream yesterday. I raided and then had to like jump off immediately. So don't hate me too much for not getting to stick around. But welcome to the subscribers. Enjoy access to all of our sweet custom Death Shadow emotes. Bam! Regardless is fine. That's good. It's better than the alternative. Went over the jersey. Odo doesn't want to win, right? Why play Jund instead of 4-color right now? The proactivity. I really like Drown in the Lock at the moment, but there's been a lot of games where our counters just like haven't lined up the right way, and Jund just kind of forgoes that and says like, hey, I don't care about my spells not lining up the right way. I'm going to get to do everything. And just play a pretty straightforward game plan. But I do think Stub is really good. I just think there's been a lot of times where like I've got Stub against Prowess and they play a Sprite Dragon. Or I've got Drown in the Lock in my opening hand and an opponent goes like Tron Land Map. And just that kind of aspect of it isn't lining up great at the moment. We just got matchups like all over the place. Let's see. Major Riot didn't miss anything, went 0-4, but 12-4 for the week with Ponza. That's really solid. Like 60% win rate with any deck is pretty great. Spike win. I guess we could go look, couldn't we? So it looks like Spike did win the last one and is playing for the 3-1. Bench, can I challenge you for a sub? But if I win, gift it to me when my sub is gone. I'll remind it. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I don't know if we're going to do the challenge today, if that's what you're wanting. We might have to wait for a normal stream day, because I don't want to get into a good match and then like have to jump out for the challenge. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. At Redeemed Hydrate. Gotcha. Even if it is a tropical Red Bull. You accept my excuses. So gracious of you. Thank you. Pedro's gonna challenge me soon. I'm terrified. Pedro's gonna come in with humans and like absolutely rock me. Bench will just come in with like a straight anti-shadow deck like Mardu again. Yeah, nobody's gotten the badge of shame yet, so... Or nobody's attempted for the badge of shame yet. So, it's gonna be pretty sweet. Gotta have these matches on stream. It'll be like a heavyweight shadow bout. I mean, if we get enough people, like, going for it, we'll just dedicate, like, a chunk of a day to them. Otherwise, I just play them like between rounds of a league or something. I would have points, but I used a lot on the Shadow Watch. I got a plan for a second Shadow Watch. I don't think it's going to be a channel point thing. I think I'm just going to do it because we hit that 1,000 follower goal. And like that was a really cool milestone. So I was thinking about doing a 12-hour stream for that. Like last time we played the Mana Trader Swiss and then did like another 2 or 3 leagues after that. And like that was our 12-hour stream. Got 2 foil World Wake Jace the Mind Sculptor in the mail today. Sick. Those have got to be pretty sexy. I played the booster box game so much during World Wake because Jace was like $90-something when it was in standard, like right after it got printed. So you would just go get a box of World Wake, open it, and if you hit a Jace, you just like trade the Jace back in for another box, keep everything else, repeat the process. And I ended up with like 3 play sets of everything on for everything from World Wake. Opponent on 3 Amulet double packed. Like my last opponent was, or your opponent is. How much did it cost? Unused ticks on MTGO. Who was I watching? Jad. It had like 600 ticks sitting around or something insane. I was like, good lord. On 4 mana only. I have trophy in hand. He will sure get the haste next. I will trophy it. Gotcha. Makes sense. Got mana traders. No, like, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'd be in the same situation if I sold off all of my stuff and went mana traders. In 20 chests, I opened like 4. Oh, yeah, you opened like the set, the foil set, and what was it? Foil set and a Force of Negation? Something like that. Or normal set and a Force of Negation. I have like really hot and cold streaks with chests. Like I've opened up a few sets, but I opened up a set of like Amonkhet right after it rotated out of standard, and the entire set was like 47 ticks. And then when Allosaurus Shepherd got printed in Jumpstart, I opened like 3 of those when they were 100 ticks apiece. I opened up an Uro when it was like 70 something. Never opened a Force of Negation. What else? Opened a set of Kaladesh? Either Kaladesh or Aether Revolt. That was pretty okay. Alright. Alright, so opponent cast both of their packs. So for anybody unsure of what's going on, bench trophy the haste land so they can't get more lands and they're going to die to their pack triggers on the next upkeep. Which is pretty hilarious. See a lingering souls hanging out down there. It's just like 4 color. Is this 4 or 5 color shadow? Pretty great. Had 495, traded for 1 lightly played, 1 moderately played Jace. That's a pretty good deal. Like the foil ones. Oh, this is the Sultai list you're talking about. Gotcha. The bench shadow. Ooh, let's see who all's live. Okay, there's us. So Yama's playing. Spike's playing. See how Doomwake's. No! No! Come back! I was baited by the preview. Ugh. Ricardo, how's it going? Bench Madness on stream. Love to see it. Right, Bench sent that screenshot of that Amulet opponent absolutely getting clapped by a Assassin's Trophy. What's the best hate we have available? Yeah, available versus Prowess and Jun. So, if your goal is just to beat Prowess and like beat the mirror, or like the Shadow Mirror, I would look at things like Terminate. Like you can always play more 1-for-1 removal spells, and they're always going to be good against Prowess, right? So like Terminate, Assassin's Trophy, not eliminate the counter one, the non-legendary one. What's the name of it? I mean, you can run like Doomblade or Ultimate Price or whatever. Cast down, that's it. Good call, Jed. Any of those are like always going to be good in those matchups, as well as pretty good in the mirrors. But I'd say like 2 or 3 Terminate if you just want to focus on Prowess. Engineered Explosives is always fine. But I really enjoy watching people play against Prowess because you get to see like this wide range of different ways people play against it. Like I've seen people go Fetch Shock Thoughtseize, Fetch Shock Tarmogoyf, Fetch Shock Fatal Push plus Inquisition or something and just like start going to beat downtown and won. And then I've seen people like me who play pretty passively and like fetching out a tapped shock land and then fetch a basic and play a Tarmogoyf. It's like a 1-2 and like pretty slow build up. See. I've been winning with Galazeth and Jeskai Blade against Prowess. Equipment tap from, but it's. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what Galazeth is. Galazeth. Heck is this thing? Enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Artifacts you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color. Spend it only to cast instants or sorceries. That is a modern legal magic card. Thoughts on Anger of the God versus Prowess. So, personally, I don't like damage-based interaction versus Prowess, like Kozilek's Return, Anger of the Gods, to a lesser extent, Lightning Bolt, because it's just so easy for them to play around it. Like, bolt your guy. In response, Lava Dart, flashback, Lava Dart. Now I just invalidated your removal spell, and you take 2, and my guy's bigger. And it's kind of the same thing with Anger. Like, I don't really want to tap out on my main phase for a 3-mana sorcery and have my opponent just go like, alright, in response, Manamorphose, bolt you. Damn. But I think just like maxing out on spot removal is good enough. Or just mutagenic can save 2 creatures. Exactly. Stuff like that can just make it really, really awkward. But like Fatal Push, Terminate, Assassin's Trophy, all those non-damage based removal spells, just being able to hit something regardless of how big it is. You like have to start playing around Spell Pierce a little bit more, but I think it's kind of worth it. I don't hate the dragon. The dragon's sweet. I just don't play anything that the dragon would fit into. I can't really like jam it into Grixis. I gotta sell this thing. Shine, Shadow, Snarl. Such a weird name for a land. Add some of this stuff and get rid of it. Like, what I should be doing is going through and, like, dumping stuff that we've tried and wasn't good. Like, I could dump Agadeem's Awakening, but I just want to, like, keep it around. I could dump, like, Liliana the Last Hope. Stuff like that. Take a few extra ticks here and there, but can't bring myself to do it. We've also got the speculation picks for whenever Modern Horizons 2 officially releases. I've got a playset of Shardless Agents in here. We've got counter spells. We've got Council's Judgments. Basically, they were all like dirt cheap. And so I picked up sets of all of them. And if they end up getting played, cool, we got them ahead of time. If they don't get played, then we didn't exactly spend a bunch of mana on them, or a bunch of money. I also got things like this because of bench. Gonna sell a Shadow Name card, shame, and on stream. I mean, in this case, yeah, I absolutely would. Especially if it's a Shadow's Verdict. To hell with that card. I've never been so enraged by a Magic card. Oh, I also got a really big kick. We talked about Profane Command yesterday, and I opened one in a chest. Like, the heck? Bench, what card? I was talking about King Narfi's Betrayal. I've got a copy like sitting in my collection because you played it in your sideboard one time. And I was just like, oh, well, I guess I might as well pick up a copy or two, you know, in case I ever want to try it out. Then you said it was bad, and I just never got around to trying it out. Google is listening. Google's a terrifying entity, right? You still play it in Grixis? Then you might have said, like, you just didn't see it or something. Theoretical duplication. What is... Why is this card 2.5 ticks? Oh, and that's pretty cool. When an opponent gets a creature, you get a copy of it. Let's see, I'm fine dumping all of these. So for everybody hanging out, we're just waiting for the next round of the challenge to start. Looks like there's one match still going. Let's check in on everybody. Spike fell to 2-2. Caustic's at 2-2. Doomwake picked up another win, so he's 3-1. Dito with the 0-2 drop. Doom Switch at 3-1. GG's at 2-2. Ice Nine's at 2-2. Juju Beam 1-2 drop. Mana Symbol 1-2 drop. Ricardo's in here at 3-1. X-Whales 2-2. Yama 03 dropped. UMAD's 2-2. Pretty middle ground. Let's see. Mark, what do you want for the Huntmaster? Huntmasters do I have? Didn't even know I had any, honestly. They're not worth anything, are they? Yeah, commander set cards are nuts. Like, there's random ones that'll be like 15, 20 ticks. But if you want to see the real Huntmasters, let's see. I don't know if they're in here or if they're on the desk somewhere. Are they in here? Oh, gotta go digging through the piles up here. Does this look like a Huntmaster pile? It is not. Buy all the Huntmasters. So are you saying if I go to any of these bots, there's going to be no Huntmasters available? Because if that's the case, I might have to hang on to a Huntmaster. But got 10 foil ones in paper, my favorite card. That's pretty sick, I'm not going to lie. Come on. Ah. Sticking true to theme. Of course, we're gonna have some signed Huntmasters over here. It's a pretty great card. So how many copies of Huntmaster do you have online? You're like offering to buy Huntmasters. I'm curious now. Mike redeemed his own swag reveal. I wouldn't really call that one like a swag reveal, only because Huntmaster hadn't been played in so long. Just kind of a freebie. But yeah, we're currently 4-0. Hopefully fighting a little bit more Maybe squeak into top 8. Depending on how breakers fall, which, let's see. Our last opponent would be 3-1 now. Doomwake's 3-1. I gotta double check the names of our other two. So, Kimchi Man and Lakansa. Let's see how they're doing. Kimchi Man is 2-2. Looks like just beat Wombo Combo. And Lakansa 0-3 dropped. Ugh. Like 70-ish. I'll show you on Twitter later. That's awesome. Is this 8 rounds? It's 7. 7 rounds of Swiss. So basically, if we win our next 2, we're locked for top 8. If we win our next round, it's pretty decent odds. It's not locked, but it's okay odds based off breakers. If we win our next 2, we're locked. If we win 1, I think we're probably going to have to win 2. 2 of our 3. Just win out easy. So there's no other 3-0s playing, which means we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 4-0s exactly. 4 will win this round, so I have 4 5-0s. 2 of those win, 2 6-0s. 1 of those wins, 1 7-0. So 1 7-0, and then 2 6-1s. Yeah, 1 7-0, 2 6-1s. Or is it more than that? It would be 4 5-0s, 4 5-1s, or 4-1s. Days 4 after the next round. That 5, 6 X and 2s or X and 1s. So like 1 7-0, 6 6-1s, and 1 5-2 makes it. I think that's right, but we'll see. That's also assuming that it's like top-down pairings. So all of the 4-0s get paired with other 4-0s. There's no pair downs or anything like that. But as soon as like a pair down happens, it all goes out the window. Man, maths, just stick to my plan. I mean, if the plan is just to win out, then I would like to stick to it. Make no guarantees. How's Yama Killer? Yama Killer 03 dropped, I believe. I think we just saw that. Yeah. But at the same time, Yama always like double queues the challenges. So more than likely is doing just fine somewhere. Let's see. These. Gotta like adjust the sizings on Are you? Song info. That one. Like, the song name is fine if it's a short title. But if it's like a long song title, it doesn't scroll. I don't know if there's a way to fix that. Not today, Yama's off. So we're playing the Legacy or the Vintage Challenge today. I like just saw it a second ago when we were scrolling through who was streaming. But some days it does that, where you just aren't getting the draws. Or did he just like not sign up for the second one? Alright. Let's see what we get for match number 5. Hopefully something cool. Everybody hanging out in chat. Appreciate y'all. Always glad to have people hanging out. If you hadn't jumped into chat before, feel free to jump in. Tell us about yourself, where you're from, what got you into Magic, why Death Shadow is the best archetype in Modern. You know, anything you can think of. Solus, good luck for the round. Appreciate it. We'll need whatever good luck we can catch. My money's on Soul Sisters this round. Please no. Like, if we run into Martyr proc, like, auto loss. Deathlighter, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Appreciate you coming around. Alright, what do we got? Nazart. Hand's pretty bad. His hand is acceptable. Why is Stoneforge so bad? Are we talking about, like, bad in Modern or just bad in general? The old Heliod. They are going to have a redraw off of this Horizon Canopy. They've got a Township in hand. We do need to be weary of that. So I think I'm going to get Goyf down and then Thoughtseize next turn. That way it gives them a couple draw steps to maybe find a company. And they can't cast it this turn. Alright. Let's go. Thoughtseize. Ha! Oh man. We're so very smart and thin. The sick plays, they are rewarded. Which decks did we beat earlier? We beat Amulet Titan, Goblins, Humans, and Blue-Red Prowess. Kind of feeling this this vibe music. All right. Second walking ballista. I feel like they didn't mean to do that. So, we could bolt the Ranger Captain before combat, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to attack as is. If they don't block, I'll bolt myself and present lethal, or bolt them after combat, whatever. But I kind of want to save this this lightning bolt in case I need to interact with the combo in some way, since I'm not killing them this turn. If I were killing them this turn, it would be different, but like maybe if they blocked, or if they blocked the Tarmogoyf, I could bolt myself. Ballista for 1. Okay. It looks like they're trying to just be able to Horizon Canopy here. Yeah, I think we are in a decent spot here. So we'll bolt you. That might have been a little bit of a slow roll. Alright, so Kozilek's returns coming in. Crooks is okay. K-Command's okay. Things I want out. Scourge is pretty terrible. Probably not the second K-Command. Assassin's Trophy is a possibility. But I need to take something out if I want Assassin's Trophy. And that's kind of the awkward part. Maybe I do like a 1-1 split of Croakson Trophy. Go like this. This is round 5. Alpha Energy slow rolls are important. Y'all are savage. Alright, so get to interact with an Auriok champion before it comes down. Turn 2 Shadow. We've got a removal spell. We can Assassin's Trophy that land if need be. So, Inquisition here, and then we can Thoughtseize plus Shadow next turn if we want. Take Auriok Champion. Pretty good hand on our opponent's side. Like, double Skyclave Apparition's a bit of a nightmare. Is a very annoying hand. Annoying hand that got more annoying. Yeah, I think I just have to take the company. Alright, so I can bolt the Mentor. I could play the Shadow and let him Skyclave it. No, I think what I'm going to do is Bolt the Mentor, and then next turn, Trophy the Forest plus Shadow. Alright, so we're going... Alright, be nice and don't hit the white source this turn. What did I say? Said be nice. Opponents never listen. Now I need a Kozilek's return pretty badly. Gotta respect opponent playing around a removal spell there. Alright, so if I play Lurrus here, I think it's just play Lurrus pass. If they Skyclave my Lurrus, I get to Fatal Push the Skyclave that took the Lurrus and make it 3/3. Alright. Hate Skyclave so much. You and me both. Aliquanto, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday so far. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. So playing out the Confidant, because I'm pretty sure they're going to Skyclave it, and I want it to, or no, they're going to Ballista it. Seems like an okay trade for us. Oh, man. Oriok Champion, Double Company, Ballista, Path to Exile, Double Skyclave Apparition. That's a pretty rough hand to fight through. And it was pure savagery by opponent. It really was. Like, we would have had a much better chance if we could have faded that white source right off the top for the double Skyclave. Like, maybe we could have gotten some momentum going. Then that path off the top was rough. Alright, let's reconvene. Scourge, Kroxa, K-Command, all a little bit better on the play. So, do like a maybe pile over here. What's the worst things in the deck? KK Freundesel? No idea how to pronounce it. Please give me a correction in chat. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming and hanging out. Bob dies to Ballista. Yeah, but Bob is so fantastic in every other spot. Like, I think K-Command's like weakest card here. But then do I want to find room for the extra Kroxa? I kind of do. In the past, use in response to an exile effect. Probably not the worst idea. Go like this. Hex Drinker is meh, but Hex Drinker does get through Auriok Champion. And that's like a big reason to play the card in the matchup. Alright. I'm going to lead on Tarmogoyf, or lead on Inquisition here into Tarmogoyf. Huh. Take the one that stops me from hitting face. And they top deck the second white source right off the bat. Alright, on the bright side, we do get to Tarmogoyf into Tarmogoyf. And then play Hex Drinker, start leveling it up. So, we're going to be able to present some beats here. I don't know if it'll be enough, but I'm just going to get a basic forest, play this Hex Drinker. Yep. So they're going to get Walking Ballista plus Conclave Mentor rolling. So what I'm going to do is try to get this Hex Drinker up to a little mini Progenitus as soon as possible. Mentor Ballista. No attacks. Something like I was gonna say a lightning bolt or a fatal push would be really great right here. Alright, so Fatal Push grows Goyf. I can Fatal Push the Walking Ballista. I go down to 13. They get to ping me for 2. Is that my best line? I go to 13. They ping me down to 11. 6 gets through for sure. I add instant artifact to the yard, so both Goyfs are lethal. Better to swing out first and see how they block. Possibly. Like, the push first does make them have to block. But I think I'm pretty... So, the question is, am I happy pushing anything? And I think the answer is yes. So, like, however they block, I'm happy pushing something else that they've got on board. And maybe they try to get fancy and, like, double block something. If I wasn't happy with pushing everything on board, I'd probably push first. Alright, so this is just lethal, right? I guess they can sack the Ranger Captain. Yeah. Should have thought about that. Should have thought about that. I get punished for not having Revolt on their turn. So... Oriok triggers resolve. I need to... Do I need to respond to these Oriok triggers? Yes. Push the Ballista now, because they're going to get extra counters with the Mentor. And they don't have the mana to respond with the combo. As long as their last card isn't Veil of Summer, we should get there. And the fact that they haven't snap played a Veil yet makes me think it's not Veil of Summer, but... Oh, opponent's typing in chat. Oh, man. They're not being salty. They're just saying, like, they missed staying alive by that one life point, and they've got a feeder, a spike feeder in hand. They're not being salty. So it's nothing like that. All right, so we are not going to play this Tarmogoyf pre-combat. No, they're talking about, like, game one, they kept a hand, the Auriok champion, what was it, like, 5 lands, Auriok champion, and Arbor, whatever this little 1-mana elf is, and just, like, thought that the Auriok champion would be pretty solid against, against a Lurrus deck. No, Shannon's not serious. Shannon's a local player from over here, so I know him personally, and he'll give me a hard time regardless. Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one. Connor Man 5-0, hell yeah, Shadow Master's here. He's clapping. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'd say clapping, but there's no Kappa, so hard to tell. No, he's just computer illiterate and a redneck piece of shit, so. But no, Shannon's great. Alright. Let me catch up on chat. That was like a stressful game. Alright. Pull the list up. For anybody who jumped in the middle of that match, this is the list that we are playing. Including such staples as one main deck copy of Dark Confidant. Nepwan, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Alright. So, what did I miss in chat? They had Veil, they'd be 1 mil slamming Veil. Agreed. Are they being salty? They were not being salty. They were extremely nice in chat. Push covered you from dying. It did. So, what happened there was I could have fetched and shocked before I attacked with my Goyfs and Hex Drinker. The turn that they blocked with the Ranger Captain, because I just forgot about Ranger Captain sacking. And they sacked in response to me cracking my fetch land, which didn't keep them from living, but kept it from being an awkward situation. They could have sacked their second Ranger Captain on their turn, like played the one from hand and sacked it, but that wouldn't have done anything. They needed the company. If we had thought about the Ranger Captain, we could have either not cracked the fetch on our turn and waited till their upkeep to have Revolt, or we could have cracked like fetch and shock before we went to combat. So we kind of punted and left ourselves open to a window there. and just got fortunate that Fatal Push could bail us out. Let's see. Are you running Bob? Yes, running the one Bob today. It's been good. I think it's a very solid card. Let's see, Connor Man, didn't know you were a metalhead. I would not consider myself a metalhead, but I do really like some of these art styles. It's like the trophies, the Croxas. I've got the Dread Boars. I think they're pretty sweet, and I like that they're different and unique. See. Been trying to reach you regarding your car's extended warranty. I feel like my car's warranty has been out for a while. I don't know about the extended one. Maybe we can discuss that in detail. Mike, I didn't have any hopes for you today. Round 1 humans, round 2 goblins, and Doomwake. I mean, yeah, I can understand that one. You mad 3-2. 3-2 in the challenge. Should be 4-1, but got land screwed against Prowess. See, is this the list you're running today? Naya Lurrus, Voice of Resurgence, Tarmogoyf, Selfless Spirit, Scavenging Ooze, Wild Nicodle, Noble Hierarch, Hex Drinker, Bolt's Path Helix. Like a aggressive, straightforward Lurrus value deck. I can dig it. That's pretty sweet. Is this a personal brew, or did you see somebody else playing it and try it out? The Assassin's Trophy say otherwise. I mean, they are pretty metal, but just the art on them is really awesome. That's why I'm trying to reach you. Well, you show up over here. Nepon, do I have a sideboard guide for this deck? I do not have any kind of sideboard guide written out, but if you're curious about any matchups, then feel free to ask about them in chat, and we can discuss them. Voice is a hog. Personal list. It's a pretty sweet brew. What kind of matchups have you seen? Return some cards before I forget. I need board against Niv to Light. So, against Niv to Light, me personally, I'm usually boarding out on things like Seal of Fire, boarding out all the Fatal Pushes, boarding out Dismember, bringing in things like Croxa, K-Command, Tend the Pests, and Assassin's Trophy or Veil, some number of those cards. So, like, Battle Rage would come out, Dismember comes out, Fatal Pushes come out, something like that out, and then something like that in. I'm just trying to go more streamlined, low to the ground, get them dead. But playing the cards that like help you against their removal. If they're not on 5-color Niv and they're on the like Bring to Light, Scape Shift build, then I'm a little more likely to leave in a push or two. Their removal's a lot worse if they're on Scape Shift. So giving up a little bit of anti-removal tech for extra answers to Heliod. Or not Heliod, Omnath. Kind of nice. Waiting on Mana Traders to pick up some of these cards I rented yesterday. Ezekiel 10 the Pest has been pretty solid, so I'd highly recommend checking it out. Prowess, Heliod, the Bring to Light, Aspiring Spikes Bring to Light deck. Black-Red Prowess, Black-White Stoneblade. Snap. Those are some matches. What matchups is it for? Burn. Actually, no. We brought in a copy against Prowess, and it's probably okay, but it's for the removal matchups. Decks with, like, Kaya's Guile, 1-for-1 removal. Go big on a Scourge or a Shadow or a Tarmogoyf or something, and when they go to remove it, 10 the Pests, essentially swaps your guy out for a bunch of 1/1s, and you get to go wide and basically blank 1-for-1 removal from there. So, like, control matchups, mid-range matchups, Niv to Light, removal matchups, right. It also has some implications in matches like Prowess, where maybe your opponent goes to Vapor Snag something, and you get to 10 the Pest, go wide, dodge the Vapor Snag, get to chump block. Let me sleep. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out. Let's see. X-Will on Prowess went turn 1, Swift Spear, protected with Growth, Anamorphose, Bird, then Bolt Bird. No way anybody was winning that. Yeah, there's definitely draws out of decks like Prowess that you have to dodge if you want to have a chance. Short Throne, I'm assuming when he says bird, he means Stormwing entity. So I'd assume blue-red. How many rounds today? We got 7 rounds of Swiss. And then top 8 after that if we make the cut. I believe we need one more win to be locked for top 8. 5 and 2 would go to Breakers. Lurrus and Selfless won me game versus Stoneblade. I just kept blocking sack on the Batterskull. So just stop the life gain over and over again. That's pretty funny. So usually when I'm going through looking at who's still alive, I'm thinking about what they're playing. Like Sodek's probably playing a deck I don't want to see with Jund Shadow. So it's not that I want Sodek to lose, I just don't mind him picking up a loss here. And maybe not making it. Here's Doomwake. Spike 2-3 dropped. Oh, you mad beat Spike. Nice. How'd you win 1-0? Did you just drop after like the first game or disconnect or something? Alright, so Doomwake lost. That's a Prowess out of top 8. Doom Switch is 4-1. So, for everybody hanging out in chat, appreciate y'all coming around, checking out the stream. Always enjoy the company. If this is your first time here, my name is Michael. Also go by Control Freak on Magic Online. Play a ton of Modern on the channel, especially a lot of Death Shadow. So if you're ever wanting to check out any Shadow content, feel free to come hang out. We got a bunch of bunch of really awesome players in the chat from any day to the next. So if you're wanting like feedback on deck lists, wanting to talk about sideboarding or matchup guides or anything like that, got a lot of cool people that you can bounce ideas off of. Other than that, that's kind of the extent of the plug. I guess here's like YouTube channel if you're ever wanting to check out previous lists. We play all sorts of Shadow variants. Like we played Esper, Mardu, Blue-Red, or Blue-Black, Abzan, Orzhov, Grixis, Jund, 4-color, 5-color. Anytime new cards are coming out, we're trying them out. That's kind of our MO here, is just trying out cards. Testing around, seeing what's working, what doesn't work. Always happy to see your content on the Death Shadow sub. Well, I appreciate it. And there's like Twitter link too if you ever just want to say hey or give a shout. Ventus, TPD, and AN6310. Thank y'all so much for the follows. Hope you're both having awesome Saturdays. Appreciate you coming around, hanging out. Bro, do you have any Patreon for Death Shadow? I do not. Ben Jones has got a Patreon for like Jund Shadow content. So if you're ever looking for like sideboard guides, matchup guides, things like that, I'd highly recommend checking out his Patreon. For me, most of my stuff's just kind of like ask and I'll give an answer. I don't have anything really written down, but if you're curious about like cards that are good in matchups, or in my experience are good in matchups, cards that are bad, wondering how some cards currently performing, then I'd say just hop in and ask. My chat might disagree, but I like to think I'm pretty good about keeping up with people, what people are wanting to know, and trying my best to interact and answer whatever questions come up. So, very curious? Bring it on. But there have been people that have asked recently about like a paper sideboard guide, or not a paper sideboard guide, but just like a written up sideboard guide or primer or something like that. And I think it's a really cool idea, but I don't know if I would be the right person to do that. I feel like other people would have a much better way with words. Am I one of the only people with a flawless record right now? I think so. After this round, there should be 4 people that are 5-0. It'll be the winner of this match, the winner of this one, me, and Reflex here will be the 5-0s. And we'll fight it out from there and see if we can lock up a top 8 spot. What have I beat so far? We've beaten Green-White Heliod, Blue-Red Prowess, Amulet Titan, Goblins, and Humans. We started off the day against Humans and figured it was going to be like a dumpster fire. Then go into Goblins round 2 and just like terrified. Good day, Shadow 5-0. That's awesome. I appreciate it. So 7 rounds of Swiss. Yes, there are 7 rounds of Swiss, and then if we make it to top 8, we'll have at least 1 additional round up to 3. So we'll go from there. The Don Pacto, grats, buddy. I've noticed you're consistently doing well when you play. I mean, we've got plenty of off days, like as much as any other deck. But like, I usually don't pay too much attention to record because I'm more interested in like knowing if something is working or not. For instance, like if we go through cards here, we can mark everything that we've tried out in a shadow deck at some point on this stream. And it's like, all right, Shriek Maw, played it. Tide Hollow, played it. Triumph, played it. Agadeem's Awakening, a Braid, a Coom Hellhound, Bone Crusher, Blightning, Brushfire Elemental, Grimflayer, Bitter Blossom, Valakut Awakening. Like, we've tried every single one of these cards in leagues with Shadow. And I find that really fun. So, like, the record's never going to be fantastic, because a lot of these cards are just bad, right? But that's the whole shtick of this stream, is just trying things, seeing what happens. Never know if a card is good if you don't give it a shot. One of the things that I hate the most, and like 80% of the reason that I started streaming, was I hated trying to discuss a card and getting feedback that was just like, that's bad, or that card's not good. Like, okay, have you tried it out? How'd it play out? How'd it feel? Oh, I'm not gonna play it, it's just bad. Well, how do you know it's bad if you don't play it? Like, if we don't give it a shot, then we're not really getting ahead by any means. And then the other thing was, I absolutely hated people always saying, oh, this matchup is easy. You just thought seize them and then play a shadow and battle rage it. Like, they can't do anything about it. Like, that's great in theory. In the 2% of games that actually happens, yeah, I'm sure the matchup is great. But the other 98%, you know, like the significant chunk that sequence doesn't work out in, how are these matchups actually going down? And that's the premise of the stream. I want to know the details of what's actually occurring. So, even generals have bad days. There have been quite a few lost battles and lost wars, so I can probably confirm. My Meta Trader's OP just learned that a bolt with 2 other types in the graveyard doesn't kill a Goyf. Always feel a little bad when that happens. I mean, feel bad, but at the same time, it's like when your opponent attacks your 1/1 shadow with 2 2/2s, then you block 1 and take 2, and the shadow lives, and you're just like, let's see. Steven just got back from helping a person move. Nice. 5-0 is insane. Over 100 viewers is dope. I agree that the chat's been pretty poppin'. I've been excited. Have you tried the black 2-drop that gets counters when you cast the second spell? Are you referring to Blood Sky Berserker? Because I have not tried it yet, but it's in the queue to try. Zeds? Give me a pronunciation here. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Yeah, Saturday, wherever you're at in the world. One that gives +4/+4 and trample. Oh, you mean Gore Clan Rampager. Gore Clan. Gore Clan Rampager. We have tried Gore Clan Rampager. You can't write clan because that's not the right clan. We're talking clan with a C, not clan with a K. 2 very different clans. Blood Sky Berserker seems cool if you play Mutagenic and Swiftspear. It also seems really cool if you just like follow it up with a Mishra's Bauble and you immediately get that second counter on it, or you get those first 2 counters on it on turn 2, and then like double spell on turn 3, and it starts ramping pretty hard. I do want to try it out. The problem is that 2-drop slot, it's competing with like Tarmogoyf and Scourge, and that's a little wreck. Silent D, you got it the second time, so just Zeds. Hopefully I can remember that. There's a bunch of pronunciations in chat that I have a hard time remembering. So if I don't get it right away, just correct me. Hope you don't get too mad at me for it. Don't talk to me about knowing Death Shadow till you've tested Spite Bellows. Have I tested Spite Bellows? I know it was in the maybe pile with like Shriek Maw as traverse targets. Alright. Reflex. Like, we were going through all of the traversable creatures that had any kind of like decent ETB effect. Gore Clan is very nice with Traverse. And yeah, Bench Summer does have a pretty extensive Gore Clan folder. Lurrus Mirror. Opponent mold to 6, so I think I'm going to keep this. They mold to 5. Usually in these Lurrus mirrors, if they're on like a shadow variant. Okay, so it's the Bring to Light Lurrus. I was gonna say usually if they're on a shadow mirror, then Mana Screw often beats Mana Flood. Alright, so drawing Fatal Push. Agreed, I keep so many one-landers in the mirrors. Right. Like, just having that ability to double spell consistently when you hit the second land is pretty great. I guess we'll just take the more mana efficient one. Their hand is Go for the Throat, Force of Negation. If we can, like, find second land and stick a Scourge, then I feel pretty good. Huh? We can't find second land. Okay. So we got Bolt to deal with Lurrus now. They can't Lurrus plus Snapcaster. And Snapcaster push. How many lands in the deck? 19. See if they try to force a negation this. Not. Yeah, pretty sure it's Aspiring Spikes Sultai Lurrus build. Alright, so let's go for like into their turn, K command, get back Scourge. That's not what we needed. Instead of end of turn, we'll just try to get it back now. Let's go. Turn Scourge, have you discard. Discard a push, okay. If they have Bring to Light here for Valky, probably pretty dead. That's what it looks like. Yep, pretty rough time trying to beat Valky plus everything else they got going on. Exile, Reflecting Pool, and Peak Plant. Now they have enough mana to Lurrus, replay Snap from the Yard, plus push. Blue to Delta, Bloodstained Mire. Yep. Lurrus, I'm assuming Snap Push. Alright, we'll go to game 2. So Veils are coming in. Broke says, Tend the Pests. Probably K command. I don't think I want Soul Guide or Trophy. Pushes and Dismember. I know we're coming out. And probably Seal. What's better out of the board? Would I rather have the Seal back in? Soul Guide. Trophy. Trophy seems bad. Bring back Soul Guide because of Snapcasters. What has Pest been good against? Removal.deck? Exactly, removal.deck. All right. I will take an Inquisition. What bombs do they have to choose from for Bring to Light? It's pretty much just Valky. That's like their go-to. Alright, so I could get Shadow down this turn. But I think I'm gonna go for Inquisition. Inquisition Bolt them. Archmage's Charm. I think just take EE. I can pass, bolt them, untap, play Scourge. That gets around Archmage's Charm. Alright, so now I can Scourge plus hold up Veil. I don't think they run any kind of sweeper effect, but been wrong before. They do run sweepers. Alright, so I'll let this resolve. Drown and lock. Okay. Get them to go for a Drown and Lock on a Scourge. Right? So if they go for a Drown and Lock here, I think what I'm gonna do is bobble myself, and if I see something that I want to draw into, I'll Veil. If I don't see something I want to draw into, I'll Tend the Pest. So if I see like a fetch land on top, I'll Veil because I want the Tend the Pest to be live. So Goyf on top doesn't really do anything for me. So I'll Tend the Pest. Say go. Cryptic Command. Let's play out second Scourge. They go. And at this point, I'm kind of trying to get them to blow this Bring to Light on a Damnation. Or they just have the damnation. Okay. I think I just need to cycle this Veil. I can't double spell with it next turn anyway. Now they've got a good bit of removal. Yeah, this is like the kind of match that we just need to get way more of a clock going underneath them. Like, opponent drew well. They drew Damnation, Drown, Cryptic Command, Go for the Throat, Snapcaster. But we just didn't really have enough pressure going on. So we can take command, kill the Valky, get back, Scourge, then play Soul Guide. Yeah, I think I want the extra green source. Another hand is Snapcaster, Archmage's Charm, Unknown. They've got Go for the Throat and Artarmable. Okay. Yep. They counter this. They've got to Go for the Throat available that they exiled so they can take out the other one. Snapcaster's blanked by Soul Guide Lantern. A fetch land would let us attack through Tarmogoyf. We do still have our Lurrus. If one of their unknown cards is another Bauble, we're pretty dead. Alright, so they got two new cards. They've got Go for the Throat exiled from Valky. Snapcaster, so yeah. Pretty dead there. Alright. What could we have done differently? Next round, last round of Swiss? Yes. Alright, so for sure board outs. Are what? Like this? You exiled Go for the third, did I? I thought I exiled. No, they Snapcaster Fatal pushed. You're right, they didn't have a Go for the throat. I still think we were dead, but you're correct. Alright, so Battle Rage's Dismember, Fatal Push. Bringing in... I think I need to disregard the Lurrus aspect of the deck and just play like it's a non-Lurrus control deck. So if I do something like that, I probably have to rely pretty heavy on Tin the Pest. Anything I'm boarding out that's better than Lightning Bolt? Let's see. Update record before anybody yells at us. See, Matt, hello sir, good job again. What is the reason to play Jund Shadow? Always good to hear arguments from well-known Shadow player. I don't know if I'd say well-known, but I appreciate it. The advantage to Jund right now is being more proactive. With the Stubborn Denials and Drown in the Lock, you have a lot more ability to like interact on the stack. But if those spells aren't lining up well, then you're often just kind of like stuck in a holding pattern. But with Jund, you can always throw a bolt at your opponent or yourself. It's a little bit easier to get the game over with. So you lose percentage points against things like what our opponent was playing right there. But you pick up those percentage points against less proactive decks. Or more interactive. More non-big game-ending card decks. Tron, E-Tron, stuff like that. You lose percentage points against those. You gain percentage points against, like, the Junds, the Prowesses, the... actually, the E-Trons. The humans and goblins that we saw earlier. The amulets, stuff like that. Alright. Looks like we've got a prediction going on whether or not we're going to top 8. So if you're interested in wagering some channel points, feel free to get your vote in there. Either vote for yes or no if we think we're going to top 8. We're currently 5-1 going into the last round of Swiss. If we win, we're guaranteed top 8. If we lose, it goes to breakers. There's 2 6-0s. There should be 4 5-1s at the end of this match. Or into this round. So, us, Motown... there's 6 5-1s at the end of this round. At least 6. There might be more. Maybe my math is off. There's definitely more. Large number of 5-1s. Insane odds for the doubters. I mean, I would never say not to or I would never say not to vote for it. Unless you're Kevin. Whichever side Kevin votes on is dead. I missed a follow. Burning Horde, thank you so much for the follow. It was like 10 minutes ago. A little caught up in the match. Thank you so much. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh yeah, Steven, you weren't here for that. We're going to crack this other box of Time Spiral Remastered if we top 8. The rest of my side. Whoops. There. But it does seem like that was just like another spite deck that is insane 2-for-1 value dot pile, and it's always going to be a rough time for shadow matches or shadow decks. I'm kind of surprised that it was so popular today. Inquisitor with an above 50% win rate. It's poor probability to vote negative unless you want to play for payout odds. That's fair. But I don't think playing for the odds is such a bad idea. Especially if you bet like a reasonably low amount. Like right now, the naysayers, if they end up winning, are splitting a pretty big chunk. But the people voting for aren't going to make a big profit if they win. We can also hit Spike hates Shadow. Whether he realizes it or not, Spike despises Shadow. In that list a lot in league play. That was the first time that I've played against it, and I guess I didn't expect it to have quite so much removal. But I played against the old Sultai Lurrus build with like Ice Fang Coatls and that stuff. Breed 4-1 my first league with this. Lost to Niv. Had to bolt Bob versus Heliod since I was at 2 and had a Progenitus to kill them. With, you mean 4-1 with this Shadow list? Redeem Swaggerville? Oh, Ramo did redeem Swaggerville. Oh, let's see. What do we have to reveal today? What's in the box O stuff? What is in the box O stuff? Alright, here's one. So, way back in the Dark Ages, when Hogak was legal, I was really excited for like Mardu Shadow, because I had my eye on a few cards that I wanted to pick up for that deck, and one of the cards ended up getting banned in Modern. It's a card that like I played in Standard when it was around. I played a couple copies in like some Grixis Shadow lists while it was legal, and finally got the axe in Modern. But not until after I highly overpaid for a playset, and the fourth one's in a box over there. I don't feel like digging it out, but a playset of signed Faithless lootings. So now I've just got like these sitting over here as a constant reminder of the pain that Wizards can inflict when you really want your value 1 or 2 of in your Shadow deck, and they decide it's just too good. Reflex, how's it going? GG's for sure. You absolutely stomped us. Like, that was the first time that I've gotten to play against that deck, and I had no idea what to expect for half of the match. And every time I thought, like, okay, well, I can gain a little bit of traction, I look up and there's like another Snapcaster removal spell. Game 2, I think we had a chance to make it interesting if we could have found a second green source, because I had like Veil of Summer and Tin the Pest in hand, but I just couldn't find the second green source. I don't think it would have been enough by any stretch, but I think it would have been interesting. Good game, and I got lucky. No, you played absolutely fine. What made you decide to pick up the deck? Because, like, I've heard people in the chat talking about seeing it a lot in leagues recently, but like I said, this is the first time that I've played against it. But I watch Aspiring Spike stream all the time. But I have not seen the list. So it was pretty cool to get to see something that I hadn't played against before. 6'7", sell your signed looting set to me. Do you not have a set of signed lootings? What are you doing? Are you even a signature fan if you don't have a set of signed lootings? No, they're like right there next to my Once Upon a Times. Is just like, oh, here's cards you could have had, but somebody had to break them. Love Lurrus Brews, played long ago in Pioneer, so I decided to take it back in Modern. That's a fair enough reason. Like, anything Aspiring Spike brews up, and we kind of talked about it earlier, just have, like, has an insane matchup against shadow decks. Because you've got things like Valky on the top end, that if you just survive to this, you're going to win. I don't get to say no to anything you do. And then just like pile of removal, interaction, counter spells, stay alive spells, and eventually hit a bring to light and win. We have a much better time against those decks with Grixis when we get Stubborn Denial and Drown in the Lock, but Spike is the Lord of Brews. No argument there. Max amazed. What's in the box? What's in the box? 6'7". If you're wanting to pick them up, you're welcome to shoot me a message and we can work something out. I'm not attached to them. I'll sell them pretty cheap. Reflex, good luck for the next game. Good luck to you as well. Get some rest. Take it easy. You're locked for top 8, so good luck there for sure. Us people on the downside got to play a whole nother match. Yeah. Lord of Brews is a good name for a coffee shop. Oh man, like imagine a coffee shop and just all over the walls you've got like random cards that people have used in high placing brews. Like, oh, here's my play set of cap sizes. Here's my play set of what would be good out of the Lurrus control deck? I don't even know. Playset is something there. Don't think Historic will be anything other than online only format. I mean, you've got plenty of people that have like the historic cards, but I don't know how they would make the transition there, because you're talking about a format that takes like a little more than standard card base and adds things like Dark Confidant and Wormcoil Engine and stuff like that, like high profile, expensive cards. And it's really difficult to start a format and just say like, yeah, you get to take all these cheap things you've been saving around that have no value. Now you got to go buy $400 worth of these like top tier cards just to be able to play your deck. Plus, when you factor in a spike in demand of cards like Muxus, like that card jumps up in price if all of a sudden people are needing copies. What's it called? The one drop Allosaurus Rider. That's all stuff all that stuff is legal in here, isn't it? Mr. Sari, good luck. Get that bread. Appreciate it. Need all of the good vibes we can get. Dogfish, will any 5-2s make it? If so, we have to have good odds to be the one. We're going to win anyway. My 32,000 channel points say so. There should be some number of X2s that make it. So we could look here. So these two are locked. There's going to be one XO. This is an X1. So you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I count that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 5-1s. So if you've got 5 X and 1s at the end of the round, potentially 6, 7, 8, or maybe not. It might be a clean split. It depends on if the pair down wins or not. If the pair down, the 5-1 that gets matched against the 4-2 wins, then it's a clean split. If they lose, then one X2 will make it. Or wait, they're still playing, so there's another X1 to factor in. So no, X and 2 won't make it. Now it's going to be a clean split because of that match. So, winning in. If I'm 4-2 now, reckon I'll hit top 32. Let's see. How deep does X and 2 go? So this was 15. I would say like if you draw or win, you should make top 32. If you lose, it's going to be on breakers. Bye, Gani. You have to go. Best of luck taking it down today. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Jumpstart is all crazy expensive for Muxus and Shepherd, right? Like, if they make it paper and there's such a little supply of Jumpstart cards and all of a sudden people start needing these pieces, like, prices are going to jump up pretty high pretty quick. Like, this is 400 in paper already. And you're going to have more people fighting for staples like Thoughtseize, Orvold, Shocklands. What was the name they ended up giving these? Like, Fastlands? Yeah, Fastlands. I'm 3-3. Is it worth playing out? So if you ask me personally, I'm going to say yeah, because any game is a good game. If you win, then you get into the breaker question for top 32. If you lose, it depends if you think 150 play points is or isn't worth it. One more round, no reason not to play it out. Right, like, just when I think about it, I think of, okay, it's another round of competitive Magic experience. Like, to me, that's worth it if I'm already in the event. If you pick up like your third loss in the first 3 or 4 rounds, then I'd usually say it's not worth it, because you're talking about having to play out 3, 4-ish, 5 rounds to see if you're live for anything, and that kind of starts pushing it. But once you're on that last round and it's like, all right, if I get a win, I probably get some sort of payout, then I think it's worth it. Oh, man. So stiff. But yeah, for everybody hanging out, appreciate y'all. If you got any questions about the list or Shadow in general, or my haircut, feel free to jump into chat and ask. More than happy to discuss whatever anybody's wanting to discuss. If you're wanting to check out previous leagues, if you're curious about other Shadow variants, then there's a link to YouTube, or link to the YouTube channel in the chat now. But it's just YouTube, search the Control Freak, and everything should show up. We've got like past leagues on there. Even drop Twitter link in there as well. If you ever got questions, comments, want to know something, feel free to give a shout. And then the other thing is, if you ever want to come hang out when we're live, feel free to hit the follow button. Doesn't cost you anything, just lets you know whenever we go online, so you can come hang out, check it out. And that's my plug. What made Hexdrinker recently become so useful? Shadow played Swiftspear last time I checked. Swiftspear got stonewalled by the huge uprising of Auriok champion decks. So you had like Heliod became popular. Heliod became popular. Hammer Time became popular. Auriok champion just started showing up everywhere, which stops Swiftspear dead in its tracks. And then the Rakdos Shadow list started splashing green for Tarmogoyf. So if you're already in Tarmogoyf, you're having trouble with this pro-red creature, and you've got a card that you can play that enables Scourge, attacks through the pro-red creature, gives you a mana sink, then it just kind of creates this this perfect storm of factors that come together to like make Hexdrinker a worthwhile inclusion. And like we've seen games today where we won against Heliod with a Hexdrinker leveling up all the way. We won against Amulet Titan because we just got a Hexdrinker up to a 4/4 and started beating down. Waffo won. It's good for my top 32 hopes. Nice. Has Bob been good enough? I've been really impressed with Bob. I think that card has carried a lot of weight between the 5-0 we ran, Thursday and today. I think it's pretty well, how to word it. I don't want to say it's like solidified a permanent spot, but it's justified being tested currently. We got 2 rounds still going on. Probably play this exact list on Monday. Hope you won't be too mad. I'm gonna be furious. So angry. This is blatant disrespect. Maybe the store has a couple Tin the Pests. I don't know. We bought Bob's last week and got fakes. Ugh. Luckily, Bob's at the moment are much less of a financial investment than like Bob's of 5 years ago. So I guess that's a plus. Kind of. Make this a little bit bigger so everybody can see it okay. Sold for like 50, at least they're giving me a refund. I mean, getting a refund out of it is pretty great. Red Bull playing straight Jund, survived a Bob roll on 1 life, game 3 today. I had a match one time years ago playing traditional Jund where I had double Confidant out on like 3 life and I think survived like 4 turns, just hitting like land Lily, or not Lily, land Bolt Lily, land Goif, land Thoughtseize something, and just somehow made it through. Double Masters extended Bobs are pretty cool. I haven't seen those now that I think about it. But yeah, there's a reason it's greatness at any cost, right? Did I play against Prowess in this challenge? Yes, we played against Doomwake round 3 playing Blue-Red Prowess. Is Tin the Pest a card you bring in against like go-wide decks? I can't think it'd be too amazing against aggro decks like Burn Prowess. I might bring in like 1 copy against Burn or Prowess, but I'm not going heavy on it. But it's for any of the decks that are trying to 1-for-1 removal you. So like Fatal Push, Assassin's Trophy, Path to Exile decks. And then it's also got a lot of use against the Karn the Great Creator decks for turning something like a Scourge or a Big Shadow into a pile of 1/1s to go under Ensnaring Bridge. Greatness at $50. That is a cost. And he says any of them. Literally, no restrictions apply. It's illegal to call a non-Ravnica Dark Confidant Bob. I mean, it's like Emo Robert is the Modern Masters, but old school is in fact Bob. All you Bob Meyer fans out there. Skrillex Bob. It is Skrillex Bob. The Connor Man, not gonna lie, this deck looks sick. The deck's been really good. So between today and the last league we played with it, we are 10-1. Bob is living life on the edge. Why is Dark Confidant called Bob? Let's show you. So Dark Confidant is modeled after a Magic Pro Hall of Famer named Bob Mayer. You can see the uncanny resemblance, but that is why Dark Confidant is called Bob. Like Def Jad said, world champions still do get Magic cards named after them, or not necessarily named after them, but like used in their image, which is why you've got cards like Elite Spellbinder, modeled after Paulo. And then nowadays they'll do a caption on here. There's the Javier Dominguez one. Yeah, Fervent Champion is one of them. After Javier. There's several of them. Like a world champion every year's worth. Let's see, Freed, how are you boarding versus E-Tron with this list? So, especially the newer E-Tron builds that are kind of going higher in on getting Tron assembled, Damping Sphere's been a lot better. So like Damping Sphere, Assassin's Trophy, I'll probably bring in a Croxa, a Command, then maybe 110 the Pests. Something like that coming in. And my board outs are usually like 3-ish pushes. I usually won't board out all 4, but 3 or so. Seal of Fire I'll bring out. And then like Hex Drinkers to fill out the remaining spots, or like Hex Drinker plus some number of Inquisitions. Something like that. Like Inquisition and Fatal Push don't hit, or Inquisition doesn't hit Thought Not Seer, Karn, Reality Smasher, Ugin, all that stuff. Fatal Push doesn't hit most of the stuff you care about. Shadow Mage Infiltrator, is that a world champion one? Yeah, Shadow Mage Infiltrator is John Finkel. Good call there. Let's see. Always 50-50 on whether to play D-Sphere versus E-Tron. So like the older E-Tron builds that were more about going like Chalice on 2, Reshaper, Thought Knot. Damping Sphere was actively like bad against, but the new builds are so much more interested in getting Tron online because they're running like Karn the Great Creator, Ugin the Ineffable, All His Dusts, all that stuff. And Damping Sphere's gotten a lot better against them recently. Fun to collect them all double signed by artist and player. That is a pretty sweet idea. Not gonna lie. Alright, so we are 4th seed going into the last round. 5 1s go down to 14. Okay, so there are gonna be some X2s. It was like, there's going to be a 7-0, and then you're going to have 6 X and 1s plus a 7th X and 1. Or no, it's going to be... Where's my math off? No, math is right. Gonna be 6 X and 1s out of these 12, and then 7 8. So yeah, clean split. But yeah, final round coming up. Should just be a straight winning in round for all the X1s. Welcome to the Shadow Sphere, opponent. How does your deck handle Blood Moon? Just fetch basics? Well, we played against Goblins round 2, and they Blood Mooned us, and we just had a Tarmogoyf on board and, like, beat them down. Kozilek's returned eventually. We did happen to top deck a Swamp later, but that's beside the point. But yeah, just fetch basics. If you fetch, like, basic Swamp, basic Forest early, then you can Assassin's Trophy or something like that. Captain Farbosa. Alright, Thoughtseize into Thoughtseize Shadow. About all we can ask for. So we've got 10, 13 points of life loss. If we top decked, like, Fetchland Shadow. Or not Fetchland Shadow, Fetchland Battle Rage. We could kill very, very quickly. Infect. Oh, snap. Opponent. I'm sorry. I am extremely impressed that our opponent was able to scale the hostile meta currently to make it to this point. So I don't want them thinking that, like, if they come into chat or something, I don't want them thinking that I am not impressed. That's super impressive. See, Mike, my daughter doesn't understand streaming compared to YouTube. Can you say hey Delilah? Hey to Delilah. I can absolutely say hey there Delilah. I thought that was pretty good. Alright, so let's crash in with a shadow. I'm not gonna bolt myself just yet. I'm just gonna get Tarmogoyf down. Because they can go for, like, scale up, kick of vines on the Spellskite. And I want to keep that in consideration. Their hand is Vines, scale up, unknown. Bright side here is they do have to scale up as a sorcery. Says hi back. Thanks, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe I should have played the Bloodstained Mire there. So I want to attack. No, because if I attack, I'm just, like, dead to second pump spell. And I don't think I need to put myself dead to another pump spell. I actually play Infect, so all the blasts from chat makes me sad. No, like, that's why I said I'm super impressed that my opponent, like, made it through the lava darts and bolts and pushes and got to this point. So, I'm all for it. Will, how's it going? You came here right in time for the Infect matchup? Did they just, like, summon you? Can we die here? Absolutely. Opponent could 1000% slap us with a, like a distortion strike here and kill us on the spot. Like, that's why I didn't attack last turn. I respect their ability to kill me here. Now I have to keep in mind that they can battle rage. Or, I can't battle rage. They know I can't battle rage. So I think we're going to get a little bit of a chit point in here and play Lurrus. We will absolutely be double blocking if they swing in. Seeing Infect this late in the tournament means the Tron player's crying in a corner somewhere. And that's always a win. That's great. That's fantastic. I love some anti-Tron hate in the chat. Just got back on. Who's the weird kid with daddy issues that played Infected Vans? Let's see. Weird kid with daddy issues. I can think of multiples. Alright. Another shadow is a pretty good draw. So they have to block this shadow. So am I swinging with shadow and Goyf? Yes. Am I? I don't think I have to. I think I can just swing with shadow. Play around like Dismember. Because, like, if they want to block and pump, that's fine. This also plays around something like Apostle's Blessing, naming black. Pick a Vines. Pick Divines. Yeah, I'll make them use another spell here. All my homies hate Tron. I feel like a bunch of people in general are not big Tron fanatics. Alright, opponent. If I'm dead, I'm dead. Like I said earlier, we can die to Distortion Strike. There's a bunch of things our opponent could have that kill us there, so... Just because we go into that turn certainly does not mean we're alive. Alright, K-Command and Trophy are about all I want. Battle Rage is a little bit awkward. Like, I'm the control deck in this matchup, and Battle Rage does like a really poor job of following that route. But I kind of want to keep in one just for the I might be able to combo kill. X-Drinker gets blocked off by Spellskite, which we saw they had multiples of that game, as well as trades off with a bunch of little stupid things, and worst case scenario gets stonewalled by Pendlehaven. So let's go like this. Drawn games are usually boring, so people don't like it. You do everything right, and then they top deck something that kills you. Yeah, that's pretty fair, right? Oh, what do I think of this? Opponent mold to 6. I think I just want to ship it and go for a hand that I can cast all of my spells off of. Like this. I almost smell that time spiral box opening. How many rounds? This is the last round. We're 5-1. If we win this match, we're locked for top 8. I'm not bottoming the Hex Drinker. I need to keep something to apply pressure. I don't want to sit here and give my opponent, like, endless time. So it's either the Inquisition or the Thoughtseize. The Thoughtseize is a little riskier because I do run into the issue of my opponent being able to, like, kill me with just pump spells if I get too aggressive on my life. So I think I'm going to bottom the Thoughtseize and keep the Inquisition. Like, Veil of Summer kind of wrecks our one-drop plays anyway. And since they are representing Veil of Summer here, I'm just going to play Hex Drinker and pass. It looks like Will and I were on the same channel there. Our draws have been pretty okay here. So we crack in with Hex Drinker and just play Scourge. They can't dismember it. They can't dismember it because they have to pay 4 life, which grows Scourge outside of dismember range. What's in their hand? Well, I'm assuming they're just keeping a hold of like a couple protection spells so they can play out a guy and have like multiple blossoming defense up or something like that. Yep. So let's go Inquisition. I'm assuming they've got a Veil of Summer. Yep. So if that's the case, let's push the Blighted Agent. They can kill with this Inkmoth Nexus, but they're gonna have to have like land plus some good pump spells. Alright, if we're dead, we're dead. Like, opponent, no opponent knows, we have no way to interact. They would have to have, like, land, scale up, and then either Might of Old Croza or Groundswell. Haven't seen Groundswell in a while. But yeah, I agree they'd be moving faster if we were dead. If I find like a fetch land I can present lethal, I can fetch shock, seal of fire them. Scourge grows to a 9/9 with Hex Drinkers at 2/1 and they're at 10. So my guess is they don't have a land here and they're trying to decide if they want to get a chip in or like play like a scale up or something and get a big chunk of damage in and go from there and try to go for like a protected lethal swing next turn. Or if they think if they tap out right here, they're just going to be dead. I can't even pay for slaughter packs. I'd just be dead if I slaughter packed. Maybe they're trying to play around gut shot. But I think they don't have a fourth land. And they're just trying to decide if they want to get a big chunk in here and leave themselves potentially dead or not. He's thinking, oh my god, last round face bad matchup. Upkeep, Simian Spirit Guide. Wait. Upkeep, Simian Spirit Guide. Judge. Judge. My opponent's doing some shady shenanigans over here. Yeah, if I draw a fetch land here, not a fetch land. So if I seal, like I want to seal the Hierarch if I'm going to seal anything. I can play the seal and attack. And if they don't block, I can't present lethal. But I can at least make them think about it. Looks like they're F6'd. Yeah. So we're gonna kill your Hierarch. There you go. Seal myself wasn't lethal. If I seal myself, I go to 12. Scourge is an 8. They're at 2. And then they are untapping with a Hierarch. And I do not want them untapping with a Hierarch. Like, I'd be willing to bet that Will back me up on it. Hierarch is often like the best card in the deck. And so if I can stop them from having both the mana, the Exalted trigger, I want to do that. They found the land, which makes me think they just don't have lethal pump in hand. I'm assuming I'm dead here, but I can't play around it, so... Does Blighted Agent follow up? So, Hex Drinker. They can't dismember or they die. If they fog me, I'm gonna be both impressed and concerned, okay? I was about to get fogged and just like cry. Alright. So 6-1, which means we're locked for top 8. Pretty good streak of games there. Alright, so we played against Goblins, Humans, Amulet Titan, Blue-Red Prowess, Infect, Sultai Lurrus was our one loss, and what was the other one? I forgot the other one. Something around match. Green-white Heliod. Yeah, that's good call. Young Peasy 420, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. So, as promised, let's crack into this Time Spiral Remastered box. Can I show the list? Absolutely. Here you go. We clapped some cheeks. We had some fortunate draws here and there. Unfortunately, our loss is also in top 8. So our loss was one of the 2 undefeateds going into this round. So that's a little scary. Alright. Not paying out until quarters start. I guess we can update the stream title to reflect the top 8. Update. Just don't end up 8th place. Dang. I see how it is. Alright. First pack. Guess I gotta open them this way. Go away. I can't tell what any of these cards are in the reflection. Looks like Snapback, Battering Sliver. Oh, Sliver creatures have Trample. It's basically a Battle Rage. Are you opening this box? I am at the moment. Logic Knot, Modern Staple, except no longer with Counterspell going to be legal. Then Tuco Shaman. We're going to have to like edge these. Grave Scrabbler, Evolution Charm, Psychotic Episode. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Full screen the webcam. We can do that. So let's go. Bam. All right, what do we got? Something Raiders, Gothan Raiders, Limp Sliver. This is so hard. Knight of Circe. We on the uncommons yet? Stronghold Rats. Ooh, I recognize a Harmonic Sliver right off the top. Fury Sliver. Our rare is Tombstalker, former Legacy Shadow staple. And our old border card is a Blighted Woodland. Not the most exciting. No foil in the pack. Just want to see rares? Okay, we can do that. Marcus MPV, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Saturday wherever you're at in the world. So let's go. Do we want to do just rares or do we want to do uncommons and rares? I don't know if there's any chase uncommons in the set. Rares. All right. So rare for this pack is a Vesuva. And the old border is a Relentless Rats. Buy old border Swift Spears off of me. Deal. Deal all day. Next pack. Is it Tendrils of Corruption, a Mana Tithe. The rare is a Fungus Sliver. And the old border is Tide Hollow Scholar. I'll take Tide Hollow. I think that's a sweet card. Rares, good stuff. You know what you're looking at. That's fair, but I don't know what everybody's wanting to see. Ooh, we got a foil in this pack. So our rare is a Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. Our old border is a Ancient Stirrings for the Tron Menace. And our foil is a Fencer. Fencer Shaper Savant. So we do get a foil rare out of that pack. Was a pretty nice pack. We'll give it that one. Next pack. Get these commons and uncommons out of the way. Next rare is an Angel's Grace. And our old border is a Dreadhorde Arcanist. Oh man. I'm excited to pick up some old border Dreadhordes. Pretty sick old border card, if I do say so myself. Those Dreadhorde Arcanists. Alright, rare for the next pack is a Pulmonic Sliver. And our old border is a Talrand Sky Summoner. So, Matt, if you're in the chat and you want a free Talrand, I got you. Let's see, want to get some using Narnum Renegade till I can get some Hex Drinkers. So, Hex Drinker has been very, very impressive. And for me personally, I love it worlds more than any of the other one-drop options. So rare for this pack is a Karakeet with a Reclamation Sage. This is our old border. What time is top 8? It's whenever the last match of the round ends. There's still 9 matches going on, so it's going to be a second. Probably like 15 or so minutes, give or take. So next pack is a Sengir Nosferatu for you vampire fans out there, with a Solemn Simulacrum. Commander Staple. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out for everybody in the chat. Hanging out, cracking packs until top 8 starts. So, still got a few minutes. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. So this pack is a Nether Trader with a Zulaport Cutthroat. Yawgmoth Staple Zulaport Cutthroat. How long before the top 8 starts? There's 6 matches now still playing. So as soon as those finish, there's going to be a 2-minute break and then top 8 starts. So I don't know offhand how long it's going to take those 6 matches. Kind of have to wait and see. Oh, we got a foil in this pack. One of my favorite rares of all time. Heartwood Storyteller. Future Sight staple. Whenever whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, all of their opponents draw a card. Old border is a Rakdos Charm. And our foil is Giant Dust Wasp. Never played that card in my life. Matt, am I in top 8? Yes. We ended up beating Infect in the last round of Swiss. Advanced to 6-1. So we have made it into the top 8 portion of today's challenge. You play that a lot in Mental Magic. Talking about Heartwood Storyteller? Yeah, because you just play a bunch of creatures and all of a sudden it's fantastic. Alright, we've got another foil coming up. We've got a Lotus Bloom is our rare. Mole Drifter is our old border. And our foil is a something Ilcore. Infiltrator Ilcore. Mental Magic stream win? Good question. I don't know how you would really stream that. Black Huck, good night. Good opening for the moment. How's it going? The opening hadn't been too great, but it's a good way to kill time. Still got 5 matches going on in the main event, so got to do something until those are done. So here we got a Benalish Commander, and looks like a Lavinia. Yeah, Lavinia Azorius Renegade. Card that people thought was going to destroy Vintage, and just never did. The thought was, if I play Lavinia on the play, you just, like, don't get to play Magic. There's another Logic Knot. Rift Bolt. Sudden Shock. This is another foil pack. We've got a Periphery Nodes. Our old border is a Beast Whisperer. And the foil is Sinew Sliver. Outside of the Venser, the foils have been pretty subpar. Imagine that you open Thoughtseize old border foil. That'd be pretty nice. Still see some vintage play, just not as much as Slash Panther. You're gonna have to show me a recent deck list with Slash Panther. We've got a Greater Gargadon. And that's Grinzo. It is Grinzo Dungeon Warden. Random commander playable. One of our roommates played former roommates played a commander deck with Grinzo. These packs have been bad. These packs have been pretty not great. My one loss was against Aspiring Spikes, Sultai, Lurrus, Bring to Light deck. And I just had not played against the deck before and underestimated the amount of removal they had. Then we got a little unfortunate with not seeing a second green pack. Or second green source sooner. Our rare is Kervek. Our old border is a Thraben Inspector. So Steven's going to be excited about that one. And our foil is an old border Sanguine Bond. So another popular commander piece. One of the packs was good. Yeah, the one with the Venser was pretty solid. This is another foil pack. It is. Our rare is Slaughter Pact. Our old border is Voltaic Key. Mental Magic All-Star. So we've got a Slaughter Pact and a foil Slaughter Pact in the same pack. This should be a sign for our next Infect opponent. Like, Like, you don't understand. We were willed by higher power to play Slaughter Pact. It's not you, it's us. But yeah, we played a game of Middle Magic the other day, and I was playing against Matt, and I pick up my opening hand, and I'm like, you're dead. You're dead on turn 1. Sucks to suck, whatever. And Matt's over here making comments like, oh yeah, I'm not dead, like I'm fine here. And he goes like turn 1, Ancient Tomb into Null Rod. And I was like, cool. Untap, exile Simian Spirit Guide, Shattering Spree the Null Rod, play a Mishra's Workshop, play Soul Ring, or no, play Mana Vault, Voltaic Key, Time Vault. I win. I'm going to take every turn from now until the end of time. So sometimes you try to tell your Mental Magic opponent that they're dead and they just don't listen to you. So, Rada. Liliana's Triumph. I'll take the Triumph. It's a card that I think could be better than it currently is. It gets around things like Veil of Summer, so that's got like a non-zero amount of plus energy working in its direction. Can I show what the top 8 looks like so far? So the only one I know, there's still matches going on that are going to impact. The only one I know is Reflex was our only loss on the Valky Bring to Light deck. Or no, Nazar at 6-1 was playing Heliod. We played them earlier. I guess we were their only loss. But yeah, all of these, Wafo Tapa, all of these are locked for top 8. So we've got Bring to Light, Valky, Jun Shadow, Esper Control, Green White Heliod. How about Glittering Wish and Overflowing Chalice? Is Doom Switch locked? Doom Switch is not locked. All of the X and 1s playing, winners make it in, losers are out. It's going to be a clean split after X and 1. So X and 1's gotta win. Oh, the end of that, was that the Mental Magic game from last Friday? Yes. Yes, it was. Is Veil of Summer a card modern players are wanting a ban for? As a Thoughtseize player, yes, I would like Veil of Summer banned. Do I think it's of the power level to be banned? No. Do I think it should not have been printed into the format in the first place? Yes. So we got Reiterate, Bloodbraid Elf, pretty sweet old border, and our foil is Keen Sense. So Bloodbraid, the best one out of that pack. So I've got this opinion that there's a dozen or so cards that aren't powerful enough to be banned in Modern, but either like A, create unfun gameplay, which is a reason they've shown they'd banned cards for before, or B, should not have been printed into Modern in the first place in their current design. And it's cards like Veil of Summer, 3-mana Teferi, Skyclave Apparition, probably Valky. What else? There's a good list of them. But they're cards that just, like, shouldn't have been formatted the way that they are. Oh, man. We got another Slaughter Pact. We're a quarter or 3/4 of the way from a play set. Restoration Angel is really sweet. And a foil Storm Entity. Veil is bad, but is it worth a ban? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not powerful enough to deserve a ban. It just shouldn't have been in the format to begin with. So, prediction results finalized. Everybody who voted that we were going to win and make top 8, congratulations. You win some channel points. Everybody who didn't, boo on you for voting against me. What's wrong with Skyclave Apparition? The problem with Skyclave Apparition is it's using a formatting that they said they were moving away from, which is that formatting of creating an ETB trigger and a leave the battlefield trigger separately. So if you interact with Skyclave Apparition with the trigger on the stack, you don't get your thing back. It's still gone. You don't get anything. So you have to let it resolve. And then if it dies, you don't get your thing back. You just get a token. And everybody says like, oh, well, that's not too good. I agree. It's not good enough to ban, but it's a formatting that shouldn't have existed in the first place because they said they were moving away from this formatting. So we got Swarm Yard and, oh, Foil Waste, or not Foil Waste, Old Border Waste. Pretty sweet. Yeah, so like Fiend Hunter uses that formatting. Tide Hollow Sculler uses it. It's the formatting where like, and we saw it yesterday. We played against Tide Hollow Sculler with Ephemerates, and they went Tide Hollow, trigger on the stack, Ephemerate my Tide Hollow, and we're sitting there with like 2 removal spells and a Lurrus, and know that they have a second Ephemerate, and there's just nothing we can do. Like, we're losing our entire hand because of this formatting. No gamble, but Hypergenesis. No ban list, modern, no star, because it never shows up. And then Sigil of the Empty Throne. They've still got 2 matches left in the round. Waiting on those to wrap up so we can get moving to top 8. Is there another prediction going on? We about to win the whole tournament. Yes, / scooping finals or no shot. If it were me, I'd vote for no shot. The reason being is we know we've got the Valky deck in top 8. We've got Esper Control, Heliod. So it's a pretty rough top 8. Magus of the Moon. Ooh, Old Border Disdainful Stroke. And our foil is Foil Yixlid Jailer. I'm down with the Disdainful Stroke. Yixlid Jailer, a little bit less so. Chuck, congrats on doing so well today. I appreciate it. We've had a pretty good run. We're cracking some packs of Time Spiral Remastered right now while we wait for top 8 to start. So, let's continue on. I've seen a whole bunch of Simian Spirit Guides in these packs. Makes me sad. We got Mangara of Corindor and Ramanap Ruins. I'm sure there's some Old Border fanatic out there somewhere that really wants Ramanap Ruins. Valky is busted. Like, Valky's only busted because of how things like Bring to Light interact with it, right? Like, if you just had to ramp and play Valky, then that would be completely fine. But being able to get Valky off Bring to Light is... ugh. So, Hive Stone. And our old border is, oh, Itali Primal Storm. Another popular commander option. How's the card stock feel on those Time Spiral Remastered cards? It's okay. Like, they feel a little grittier than the normal printings. A little more texture. Probably a tad thicker. So all in all, I'd say like the stock feels okay, but I could imagine if they got any moisture, the foils are gonna curve pretty bad. Because like you get to that thicker cardboard and it just doesn't straighten out as well. So Dryad Arbor and Iki Jiki Mirror Breaker. Oh, I forgot we had a foil in that pack too. We got a foil Hypergenesis. That's pretty dope. Alright, one match to go. What about Lava Dart, or the most boring card in the format right now, Blood Moon? Are we talking about cards that are like, shouldn't have been printed into the format to begin with? Because I think both of those are probably okay. I know there was a period where people wanted Lava Dart banned, but I think for the most part it's fine. So we got Miri the Cursed and Time of Need. I have no idea what that even is. 1 green, search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle your library. That sounds like a, what's that commander? Selvala? Sounds like a Selvala card. So, still waiting on this. Sisei, is that it? Which one deals with, like, tutoring up legendary cards? Selvala is the one that adds mana, right? Or parlays. So, yeah, it would be Sisei. Captain Sisei. So, Magus of the Future. And Exquisite Firecraft. Shooters up Vanifar for my 5-color pod EDH. That's pretty hot, not gonna lie. I would be pretty interested in tutoring up some Vanifars. Ooh. We got more packs. But this time it's Pact of Negation, so much less exciting. And a Feather the Redeemed. Doshel, hello, wins the top 8 start. So there's one more match playing in the Swiss right now. When it's finished playing, there'll be a 2-minute break, and then top 8 will start after that 2-minute break. So we're killing time until then. Argale, good luck. I appreciate it. Need whatever luck we can get. So we got a Necroma, Angel of Fury, and a Lava Spike. Ooh. Old border Lava Spike's pretty nice. Yeah, no problem. Good question. So we just can't control when that's gonna happen. So we're sitting around cracking packs, waiting for that moment. One of my favorite jank cards of all time. I built some of my first casual decks with this card because it was in a bulk box at our local shop. Jaya Ballard Task Mage. And then our old border is Inverter of Souls. Or Harvester of Souls, sorry. Harvester of Souls. Ooh. We gotta pick some hot fire out of these last few packs. We're getting towards the end. Rift Bolts. So here's a Walk the Aeons. Little extra spell shenanigans. and a mirror entity. On the bright side, if this box ends up being as terrible as it looks so far, then yeah, somebody else didn't get this box. How many subs to own what you open in the last pack? How much does it ship to, or how much does it cost for the shipping? That would be my concern. It's just got to be enough to cover the shipping. So 2 subs. I've got 3 packs left. 2 subs buys a pack. We've got Teleria West and Abrupt Decay. Old Border Abrupt Decay. That's pretty sick. Which is my favorite card? Are we talking about like favorite card out of this set or favorite card in general? It's 2 very different questions. In general, my favorite Magic card is Spell Stutter Sprite. I guess the rest of like top 3 would be what? Spell Stutter Sprite, Thoughtseize, and what's my last one? Probably Tassiger. So, yeah. Spell Stutter Sprite, Thoughtseize, Tassiger, the Golden Fang. I think are my top 3. Alright, so there's still 1 match going on. Jabri, yeah, 6-1. We're locked for top 8. We're just waiting for the last rounds to start. Or last match of this round to finish so we can move on to top 8. Good job, man. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Yellows don't lose in the first round of top 8. I mean, from what I've seen so far, top 8's pretty hostile towards us. We've got the Sultai Lurrus Bring to Light deck at number 1. We've got Esper Control. We've got Green-White Heliod. And there's going to be a couple more that I don't know. So yeah, this is top 8. Here up. And basically anybody outside of those 3 I pointed out, and us, which we know what we're on, I have no idea what they're on. So I cannot do any sort of big predictions. But I'm curious to see. First match in top 8, you'll play the Bring to Light deck? Maybe. I do. If they're first seed, though, I don't think we should be 8th seed. I think we should be a little bit higher than that. So I don't think we're going to play against Bring to Light first round. Staff Mac, congrats on the top 8. I appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words. So we've got 57 seconds here. Let's go back to the normal view. 57 seconds, and then we'll kick it off. See what we run into. Lost my winning into a punt. What'd you play against? Yeah, we knew it was going to be a hard cut, the top 8. Oh, they're on Sultai control too? Ugh. So we should play against Richie, which I have no idea what they're on, so we'll find out together. So we've got multiple Sultai in top 8. We win our die roll. What is top 8 we know about? Yeah, Nazart's on a green-white Heliod. We were their only loss. The 7-0 is on Sultai control. Wafo Tapa's on Esper control. We're on Shadow. Larg's on top or on Esper control. Get a Lurrus mirror round 1. So this could be Sultai. Do I want second green for any reason? I guess if I like rattle off 2 more lands, I might want to Tarmogoyf, like double Goyf on turn 3. That's probably fine. Alright, so they're on Prowess. I kind of want to just take Soul Scar. Like, Lumimancer's a big body, but I've got some big bodies too. Yeah, I'm just going to take Soul Scar so they can't shrink my guys. It's like Richie, though, is on a red-white Prowess. I have a question. When you buy a commander deck, the best option to start with is the most expensive cards. I wouldn't say necessarily. Like, the expensive cards are really good to start with. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's a matter of, like, how to express it. It's not just about getting the most expensive cards out of the way. It's nice to get things like lands, the cards that have the most carryover if you decide to play something else. Alright. X-Drinker is pretty bad in the face of Lava Dart. But I think I need to go some sort of basic here. If I could go basic Swamp, X-Drinker Scourge. Or not basic Swamp, basic Mountain, X-Drinker Scourge. Basic Forest. I don't want to shock in another Blood Crypt. They've got Lava Dart, Mishra's Bauble, Unknown. They can get a whole bunch of Prowess triggers. So, like, I know if I get the option, I'm throwing Hex Drinker in front of the Lumimancer. I doubt I'm going to get the option. So they bobbled, targeting themselves. Yep. But I'm probably going to have to, like, let one of these Swift Spears through. Yep. And they have the bolt. Ugh. Need them not to have the bolt. Needed them not to have the bolt. I need to draw shadow. Nope. Ugh. Had to be the bolt. Okay. Let's reconvene. What are the Prowess decks boarding into? Path and Tormod's Crypts. So Tend the Pest could be pretty good. I think we're gonna go like this. Damping Sphere is an option, but I just don't think it's that good here. Like, maybe I should be considering it more. I really, really don't like it. Try one. Not a big fan of Thoughtseize in the matchup. I think you need some number of them. Like, you certainly don't have to go all in, but I think you need to have some amount of cheap hand disruption. Yeah. Got a mutagenic. Yep. Came to their hand so fast. Turn 3 is just a dead card. Like, it is a dead card on turn 3, but you need to play a critical mass of them so that they're not dead in hand on turn 1. Like, you need to be able to interact with their second creature or their mutagenic growth or whatever. All right, that's a good break for us. Did they just miss 2 points? Depends on if we're considering it missing 2 points. Of like, yeah, they could have gotten more damage in with the Lumimancer, but it also would have maybe set them up for a worse situation against Shadows. So I could take Bolt. I could take Oro's Charm. Can't take Manamorphose. Again, I guess I could. But then they've got 7 points of burn in hand. I really don't want that. So I think it's take Bolt. Yeah. I'm gonna take Bolt. Make him spend the most mana on a burn spell possible. Not sure, but I think your opponent's my friend. Possibly. How much am I throwing at this Lumimancer? They can't trample at instant speed. Mana Symbol coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Alright, let's think. Welcome everybody from Mana Symbol's stream. Alright, so like, I know I have to block or I'm dead. Alright. Yep. Okay. I don't think there's a lot of merit to blowing the second Manamorphose there. Maybe I'm wrong, but... All right. Like, if they find a path, I'm dead anyway. That's all 4 Manamorphose. Double strike a Lumimancer. Right. Wasn't it better to play Damping Sphere there? I think Damping Sphere is the playing to not lose play. It's not the playing to win play. Like, I don't want to be in a playing to not lose holding pattern. On the bright side, they're out of Manamorphoses in their deck, for what that's worth. Almost 300 people. Oh, snap. That's what I get for not paying attention. Thanks, everybody, for coming and hanging out. Appreciate everybody checking out the channel. So, I can attack with the Goyf. And then plan to, like, trophy the Lurrus, Tend the Pest, the Goyf. That's my best play. Think so. Like, I think I need to get the game over with. Okay. I wonder if they know that they can't Lurrus plus Bobble. And if they do this, they can't Lurrus plus Lumamancer. Can't Lumamancer. And Bobble. So I think they made the block because they thought they were going to be able to get back the Lumamancer. And just didn't think about paying the extra one, or not being able to pay the extra one there. Alright. So my thing here is I need to dodge Bolt plus Boros Charm. I guess Damping Sphere claimed a victim for like one turn. But I don't know if it's going to be enough in the long run. They've got a lot of things that can just kill me here. Okay. And I am Tend the Pest, the Scourge here. Oh man, that was pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, so I'll bring in second Damping Sphere. K-Command can come out. Do I want the second Tend the Pest? I don't think so. Well, I guess, is it better than a Thoughtseize? Maybe. Alright, we'll see what happens. Thank Bench for that. I will at some point. I don't want to tell him that too loudly. He'll hear me and just like come running. This hand's terrible, right? I can't do that. Okay. I'm just ditching Trophy. Trophy or Thoughtseize? Trophy Thoughtseize, Trophy Thoughtseize. Yeah. All right. Let's bolt the Soul Scar here. I'm way less afraid of dying to a Soul Scar on turn 2. Though I know it can happen. I'm just less afraid of it than dying to a Lumimancer. Alright, so I play a threat and hope they don't have a removal spell. Do I Thoughtseize? Probably supposed to be Thoughtseize plus Bolt. So the Path and they have the Mutagenic. Ugh. So if I take Path and I Bolt now, they have to fire off the Mutagenic. They go to their turn, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I go down to 4. So I think I have to take Mutagenic and Bolt. Alright. Think about life total here. If I take Path, Bolt the Soul Scar, they Mutagenic, they untap, Boros Charm unknown, they're dealing 8 at least. And I'm at 12, so I think I have to take Mutagenic, Bolt the Soul Scar. They go. They could Path their own Soul Scar, I guess. Which I would be A-okay with here. Alright. So let's go Tarmogoyf. I guess I could have saved a point of life by fetching, playing Goyf off the fetch. Top deck, alright, probably dead here. I think any spell kills us, right? So, bolter push. Alright. GG's. Let's think. So if we had taken the path, I don't think there was a good out there. I think they just kind of had everything covered. Because if we take the path, they're hitting us down. Hitting us down to 4. Then they've got 2 creatures. If the mutagenic growth was, I think, anything else, and we could have taken the path and bolted, we probably had a good shot. Let's see. Was keeping Trophy correct instead of Scourge? I think Trophy was correct to bottom. Like, we need a threat. We need something on the board. Emrichi, just linked to your stream. GG's for sure. We had such a rough thoughtseize there into the growth plus the path with the Bolton hand. Like, we didn't have a good answer regardless. But having to take the growth and play the bolt was, that was tough. Drew a lot of bolts instead of pushes. It happens. It happens. Let's see. Scroll. What do we think of the list? So, I think the main deck felt really well. So I can't really complain about how the main deck performed. Out of the sideboard, 10 the Pest was an all-star today. Damping Sphere was okay. Soul Guide was pretty meh. Veil was great. Kozilek's Return was great. Kroxa was one of the more meh cards today. So we got to keep an eye on that going forward. Oh, quick request for anybody hanging out. Stick around for a second. There's an important reason. We'll get to it in a second. I just want to finish going over the list. So, Confidant was fantastic. Scourge was solid, but we did have to make some awkward plays to get Scourge online. Fatal Push was great. Bolt was great. Seal was okay. Hex Drinker was phenomenal. So yeah, I think the main deck's like pretty solidified for me. The sideboard, though, Kroxa was a weak link. Like Kroxa, Soul Guide, Lantern. Damping Sphere were probably like the weakest points. Assassin's Trophy could have been pretty much any removal spell and done the same job. But yeah, I think if you're interested in Jund Shadow, this is a good point to look in on. So, why I asked everybody to stick around. First of all, thanks for everybody for coming in and hanging out, checking out the stream. Really appreciate it. Awesome crowd today. Thanks for the new followers. Thanks for the new subscribers. Madara2397, missed your follow. Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody continuing to show support of the stream. Yeah, fantastic run. No complaints there. Wanted everybody to stick around because one of the things that I love doing after these big events, Flavor Dave, thank you so much for the follow. What I love doing after these big events is finding somebody on like the smaller stream side, streaming modern, and do like an awesome raid of them. So I've got one picked out, Sonic Mon, playing some 4-color elves. So if y'all would stick around for a second, join in on the raid, say hey to them, show their channel some love. I'd greatly appreciate it. Other than that, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Saturday. There's probably some more people streaming the event. So if you want to jump over to one of those, feel free to check it out. But would greatly appreciate you sticking around for the raid if you'd like to. Hope everybody stays safe, enjoy some good food, good company. Did not pull any Swift Spears. Yeah, enjoy some good food, good company. Hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Probably going to take tomorrow off, but we'll see how it ends up. But without any further ado, I'm going to send everybody over to Sonic Mon. Doll of Kudu, thank you so much for the follow. So if you want to check that out, stick around, share some love from the channel, and I will catch y'all all back on Monday.